Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Champions of Champions Tour. Here we are, Europe Series 16. I know a bunch of you are here for the highly anticipated matchup between AMKAL and NIP. And trust me, we will talk about that in length in just a couple of minutes. But I have to talk to you about the tournament format, what is going on here in Europe Series 16. Basically, we are here in the play-in stage. January 16th right now, 4 more days technically if you include this one, of the play-in stage. Then we go to the group stage, which is a Swiss stage system, very much like your major, where you've got 3 victories and you're through to the playoff, 3 losses and you're eliminated. That runs for 8 days. And then we've got the playoffs right at the end of the month, which is basically single BO3 format elimination. You start with a round of 16. And you keep going all the way through until we get our finalists. This is the 16th iteration of the European Series. There are 20 of them in total. We could take a look at what's been happening throughout the various different groups. We've done Group A, kind of, because we've got everything up to the decider match. As you can see, it is Yano versus Alaska. If you don't know who Alaska are, they're the ex-Verdant boys. That's the UK team with Artist on it, Extinct Vacancy, etc. And Yano, the team from Finland, going over there in the decider. Eyeballers made it through yesterday against BC Games. They're in the playoffs of the play-in, and that means that BC Game dropped down and have to play against Cybershock after Cybershock beat Anonymo yesterday. So those decider games are going on in about 2 days' time, but for now, we have to look at Group C and Group D. Here it is, Group C. We're doing the opening games for both Group C and Group D today. Group C, AMKAL versus NIP, Endpoint versus Big Equipa, and then Copenhagen Wolves versus Gen 1, Whopper versus Rebels. They are all the games that are taking shape today over Group C and Group D. In terms of how they match up, in terms of what times we're going to be seeing things, we're going to start with Group C because it makes the most sense alphabetically. We're starting with AMKAL versus NIP, but then we're going to Big Equipa versus Endpoint, and then we're going over to Group D as well. Gen 1 versus Copenhagen Wolves, and Whopper in there as well. Come on then, let's get it going. AMKAL versus NIP, and look, I know we've all been memeing it on Twitter. Even NIP have been memeing this one on Twitter a little bit. These are completely different rosters. You're going to have a look at this and you're going to say, okay, NIP, what have you been cooking? This got announced yesterday. Shush, Snappy, Jerks, Jax, Wrinkle. It will be a Rosdos at some point in the future. But cleverly, NIP are using Jax at the moment, basically because Jax played the World Finals with Vitality. He's technically got enough VRS points to the point where if he plays with NIP for the first 10 games, I think it is, then they can receive wildcard invites because this roster is completely brand new. They don't have any VRS ranking points, and that's kind of the points that you need in order to sort of get invited to events. So by playing with Jax, that will qualify them for a little bit to receive wildcard invites, and it means that tournaments can look at them and think, we like NIP. They're a good wildcard choice. We've got the resurgence of Snappy. We've got Shush coming over from Heroic. We've got Jerks that had a really successful, I'd say, breakout year last year, even though he's been kicking about in Saw for a little bit before that for the win. I think Jerks really cemented himself into a lot of the sort of people's and communities' equations as to who's a really good, solid Tier 2 rifler. Jax is going to provide that experience whilst just benefiting being here. And the only player remaining from NIP since the last time they played AMKAL is Wrinkle, their AWPer. So I think this team is really good. I think they've got a lot of potential. I think a lot of people will sleep on NIP. This is AMKAL's roster, and this is the DMS lineup. And if you're unfamiliar with who DMS are, they've played CCT a hell of a lot in the last year. They really broke out onto the scene in Tier 2, Tier 3 last year. They had a really good early stage. I think it was like January to June. They were unplayable. They were unbelievable. Svade, AW, Smet, Kalash, and it used to be Height. It used to be Height from Cloud9 Academy. They've swapped him out and they've gone with Melodoy, and this guy is incredible. I thought height was good. I was surprised when they put Melody in. I was like, okay, what's the deal with this guy? 1.27 rating, a really explosive AWPer. Knows what you're going to get out of him. The other player to watch on this AMKAL team is AW. AW is a very good space taker, a very good sort of guy that will get you multi-kills in a round, and it's normally up to the rest of the core that I look at. I think this roster suffered with the same issues that Bait did towards the end of the year, where you've got two players that stand out and then the rest of the guys need to elevate their floor in order for this team to have a really consistent ceiling. As we said, funny names in terms of AMKAL versus NIP, but completely different rosters. And you look at it on paper, it should be NIP taking this quite comfortably. It should be, but historically, will that be the case? We don't know, and I know a number of you are here to see whether that is the case or not. We can talk about the rosters all day long, but we can also talk about the map vetoes. Let's see what NIP's sort of preferences are. Inferno removed immediately. AMKAL removing Nuke. That's a classic one, really, for AMKAL. And Anubis picked by NIP. Quite a fun one. I suppose that does make a little bit of sense given the players you've got in there. Ancient picked by AMKAL. This is AMKAL's best map by far. So it makes sense that they've gone for that. And then the other bans are going to come through. NIP are the ones that remove Train out the equation. We don't have Vertigo in this matchup. Thank God. And that means that Mirage is removed and we're left with Dust 2. A pretty aim-centric map. This makes a lot of sense. I quite like the veto that we've got on display here. I think the NIP Anubis is an interesting one, to be honest with you. But I think the individuals that they've got on this team currently, it makes a lot of sense that it does look like an Anubis team on the face of it. Ancient being picked by AMKAL is no surprise. And then Dust 2 heading over as our decider instead of Mirage. Well, it's just the fact that AMKAL have got slightly more reps on Dust 2 than they have on Mirage. So there's the battlegrounds that we're facing. It's pretty classic, to be honest. There aren't too many curveballs in this. I look at this map pool and I think surely this can't go wrong. Surely this doesn't just sort of descend into chaos, but you never know with these teams. That's the exciting bit. Obviously, we've spoken a little bit about the setup of the group and how it all works, but basically, if you win this game, you go through to the winners match, as it's quite aptly labeled. If you lose this, you go through to the elimination match, or losers match. So, the loser of NIP versus AMKAL will play the loser of Big Equipa versus Endpoint. The winner will play the winner, etc. If you like NIP, and if you're a fan of AMKAL, then that means that you get to watch them pretty much 3 days in a row, because if they make it through, then they play on every single one of those days. Shall we get into it then? Shall we kickstart this? It's Anubis. I've been told the game is live. We can jump straight into it now. Bloody hell. It's the Counter-Strike match to end all Counter-Strike matches. AMKAL starting on this T side. They've got quite a lot of utility heading over towards A. And Shush is waiting with dualies. Early flash. And in fact, they're just going to go. Shush just on the edge of the smoke with the dualies. Trying to line them up, and well, that's a great start to his campaign in an NIP jersey, isn't it? 2 kills immediately. Look at these rotates as well from NIP. Everyone is here, and whilst AW rattles one off through the smoke, it's snappy to trade immediately. And we still got this player advantage. The difficulty you've got, if you're AMKAL, is going to get this bomb. So Melody is going to go all the way around the world. He's going to gamble that no one is here, but there is a player. Snappy, he's already called this rotation. He can already hear and deal with Melody. And suddenly Smet is on 43 HP. He's got to get the bomb. That rotation from Melody has sort of enabled Smet to go and get the bomb, potentially. He's dealt with Wrinkle as well. Dual Berettas at long range feel a little bit dicey. So he's looking to close the gap on Jerks and Snappy. They swing together. The Dual Berettas ring out. Position now known. He's got to stick the reload. It's not happening. And it's NIP taking the pistol here. Very simple stuff from Shush, just getting close to the smoke with the dualies. Jax is on a little bit of an off angle behind the pillar. And it's perfectly done. Even Snappy getting ahead of that rotation. He did allow Smet to pick up the bomb, but that's all he could do with it. Just have it in his pocket. Couldn't plant it on the site. This project, sort of reforged by NIP, as I said, I think it's got a lot of potential. Obviously, Wrinkle, we know how high octane he is. We know how good Snappy is at developing these explosive AWPers. Some Pious, to mention a few. Shush, a really dependable anchor, but has been blasted out the server so far by Smet, and Jerks is receiving the same treatment. Has to back off just a little bit. Meanwhile, AMKAL are getting even more inquisitive, but Wrinkle steps in. He does deal with Smet. Melody is just on the other end of things. Svade as well, just on the stairs. And Jax, you presume he'll just have a 1-for-1 swap with Olostos in terms of his roles. Olostos known for his A anchoring on Anubis. So it makes sense to put Jax there. Wrinkle's now feeling even more emboldened. Wants even more kills, just against the unarmored pistols. I mean, Melody's only on a Glock. So this should be a lock-in. You've even got this push from Snappy in towards middle. Has caught him on the reload. And the reload animation actually finished. So it means that Melody can go forward and even get another kill with that M4. Snappy's dealt with the bomb, but now he's being spammed out as well. But fortunately for him, with no armor, the MP9 is chewing up these players. Kalash needs to go and trade, and he will manage it. 100 HP versus Jax, and Jax will just about finish off Kalash. That gets really close to NIP, but they do survive against the test of the unarmored pistols. Clever to wait for the reload from Wrinkle. The fact that Jax gets dinked but doesn't die is brutal. If you've never really watched this AMKAL team before in terms of this sort of DMS roster pickup, what I will say is some of their mid-rounding is a little bit touch and go, but the firepower on these guys is what bails them out pretty much all the time. It's good to see Smet start off well. Melody, we know really what he's capable of. And an AW is a guy I think is going to go far. If it isn't this year, it's next year. I really think he will break out onto the scene. I'm glad sort of DMS have got this recognition by being picked up by AMKAL. It's a good step in the right direction for this team. 3 players start B. It's the tit for tat of utility. AW, just something praising him, misses the molly. Put the spotlight on him. And he just burns a little bit. But he's still going to go forward. He's still going to get rid of Jerks. And then they line up as well in towards Dark. The split comes forward. Snappy is on the back burner. Walking through connector, trying to get an AK, trying to just find something to bail his team out. And I tell you what, he's done an incredible job. A 2v4 into a 1 versus 2. Smet just holding the wisps of this smoke for Jax. As he is in towards CT. Takes a more passive line so he doesn't get spammed out. 20 seconds left. Can Jax remove Smet? Oh, not quite. If he does, that's the bomb dropped. But instead, now AMKAL have got a good indication of where he is. They throw the bomb over to Melody. They allow sort of Smet to watch this cross. Melody should not swing to this left-hand side. You don't want to give Jax any chance of these 1v1s because he will take them from you. Smet swings immediately, guarantees that trade and guarantees AMKAL that first round. You feel like with Snappy getting this double, we set Jax up perfectly. There was a chance, there was an absolute chance where Jax could have dealt with Smet on that cross, dropped the bomb, and then 15 seconds left. The round could have gone in a different direction. Instead, it doesn't. And now we're at this juncture where, look, it came down to a 1v1 in the second round. AMKAL have won the third round. Suddenly, the economy is in tatters. You know the way this goes, guys. I guess whilst we have got a little interlude, it is worth mentioning that whilst I said it in the pre-game, I'll say it again here. Jax is playing instead of a Rosdos because NIP need to play a minimum amount of games with him so they can receive wildcard invitations. He is a temporary member. And it looks like Shush and Wrinkle are a temporary outfit over towards the B main push. As Melody gets 2 kills instantly. Jerks wants to step in with the CZ. Not a great time. Doesn't go his way. Snappy still remaining on the site, but again, only armed with a pistol and Kevlar. Should be removed immediately. And is, if Jax knows what's good for him, he will save. As he nods his head in approval. 1v4, that's going to be the round. That's going to be the equalization. And this game is going to start off as we all wanted. A brawl back and forth. Can he hold on to this? That's the next question now we've got to ask ourselves. AW is searching, but not securing. Instead, it's Jax with 2 hands grasped firmly on his M4. He wanted the AK. It's actually a Galil, and by him being a little bit greedy and going to see if that was an AK, it means that Melody can just swing on him. "3,000 people waking up here to tune in to this spectacle. Appreciate each and every one of you. I know you're all here for the love of the game." And it's just another quick burst. I think AMKAL have been putting a lot of pressure early, conditioning NIP onto the B side of the map. Okay, AW. Just fakes out the plant. Knows that Jerks could be in towards CT and just pre-aims him. But yeah, they've really been conditioning just sort of this right-hand side of the map. They've been taking water control really aggressively. And by setting up this distinction, it does mean they've got options a little bit later down the line. NIP, with this next buy, you feel like they should be just trying to account for this. They did in the previous Force buy with 3 players just swinging out B main. But it means AMKAL have got options in mid. Over outside A as well. Wrinkle hits a nice little banger or 2 with his deagle, but that's all it will be. No AWP for Wrinkle. finances can't quite afford that. Melode is still rocking his Galil. Might be just another fast play. Look, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Straight to B. 4 players lie in wait. Utility being lined up. AW is aggressively taking this water control and no one is fighting it. Here comes the util. Here comes the commitment. But Jerks is just that little bit faster ahead of Kalash. Wrinkle scampering in towards Temple. And I tell you what, the lineup's pretty damn good, isn't it? Svede, low HP, has to evacuate. AW still not revealed in towards Khan. But it does leave gaps. It does leave space for Smet to work in this 2v4, but Jax is already accounting for it. If they can split quickly, they can overwhelm this A bomb site, but you can see that help is on the way. Wrinkle begins his rotate a little bit prematurely in towards CT to help out Jax. Snappy just drops another smoke in with Shush at B. And Smet has now got a decision to make. This smoke in towards Canberra gives a little bit of a leeway in towards Temple. As he creates round, surely this is communicated over to NIP. Yeah, Shush is now starting to consider it. Svede walks forward, 20 HP with the bomb. With 30 seconds left, he has to be the distraction piece. Both players are in con. Snappy could get a rude awakening, and he does, but he adjusts in time. Snappy is a fragging in-game leader. Good comms there from NIP. I will say that. They left mid open. It was a deliberate gap. Obviously, the camera smoke came in. There's a pathway. There's a timing where these players can go through in towards Temple. So the adjustments go double connector. Where you've got mid left open is a really smart reposition. It just means you can play off each other. And Snappy nearly caught in the open. But instead, it was Smet that was a deer in headlights. It's actually Smet that's going to get the first course of action here in round 7, but Jax will silence him immediately. First time we've really seen aggression taking shape over at A main for NIP. AW's got to be careful because Jax is still interested in sort of pushing the envelope on this. Does he see him? Silhouettes make it a little bit difficult for us to see. But no, I don't think Jax can swat out AW and vice versa. Meanwhile, it's just Utility that is taking control of B main right now. Wrinkle again steps in towards mid just to help out Snappy. And for AMKAL, this time, they're not interested in B. They're not satisfied with the amount of control that they've got. They've just seen the A main smoke be deployed from Jax, and that's one less piece of utility that NIP have now to defend this A hit. But they have got manpower. 3 defenders lying in wait. It's your fragging in-game leader as Snappy. It's Wrinkle as well on different elevation points. And it's another flash to set up Jax, but he sees nothing. In outpour the mollies. Forward goes AW, but it's Wrinkle that gets the best of him. And whilst Jax burns alive, it's Wrinkle that gets a second with the incendiaries. Blow for blow we go, but with 5 seconds left, Melode has got really no hope, and a missed shot just spells the end of his reign on towards A main. NIP gain another, and remember, this is CT side Anubis. CT side Anubis, and now you've got 4 rounds already. This feels pretty good if you're an NIP fan. Early rounds of this roster, early stages, they're making all the right decisions in the mid-round. They are playing like a cohesive unit. And I think the supportive network of this utility is really impressive. And we're only, what, 7 rounds in? We're in round 8 now. And you're against pistols. Kalash with the only substantial weapon. Or maybe Svede can make me eat my words immediately. Nice AWP, Wrinkle.
Feeling a bit pressured over towards A main. NIP look to investigate middle. Beautiful pot flash as well from Shush. Trying to anchor down this water position. Trying to create space as well for his teammates to peek in the middle of window. But Jerks, he looks one way, looks the other, gets caught off guard. Sfade as well steps in towards middle. This could be disastrous. How are they not hitting any of these shots? And how has no one died? It might be a 3 versus 2 in favour of NIP, but Kalash is already in the bomb site and they have no idea. The difficulty is that bomb. Sfade needs to make his way over. And he will. He will get there in time. Snappy should be dealt with momentarily. But he is aware that Kalash could be there. Kalash doesn't finish his meal. Low HP on both of these players, but it's the AK that wins out. And now for NIP, you've got 2 players rotating in from A main. Shush goes first, and whilst he hits the first onto Sfade, you've got to remember that it still is a 1v1. Jax has got the HP advantage. Kalash doesn't peek, doesn't need to. This was the only weapon brought forward into this round for AMKAL, and it's the weapon that is needed to get AMKAL their round on the board. 1 AK, 4 pistols, 4 kills for Kalash, and now 4 rounds each between these two. There were chances for, well, I think Snappy definitely to kill Kalash. And it looks like Jax's bullet went through the wall, so it's not a clean connection and somehow just doesn't kill a low HP player. Now you look at this buy, it's battered and bruised for NIP. It's a burst just into B, going back to what worked for AMKAL. But the counter utility is incredible. And this time, Jax anchors superbly with Shush. He wants a little bit more. He bites off slightly more than he can chew. And you got to remember that Snappy is always rotating down from middle, jumping in towards water. There's a deep lurk as well with the AWP of all weapons. Wrinkle was just cutting off the choke point. He's holding the cross back. As long as Wrinkle doesn't move, this is a really smart position. Smet is worried about T-spawn. He's got to worry about what's in front of him. Crossing over with this bomb feels a little bit perilous. And that's why. Good discipline from Wrinkle. Bomb dropped. Melody thrown into a difficult scenario now. So Shush is low, but you still got to get by Snappy. And Wrinkle can quickly rotate in towards water to connector. 25 seconds. A bait. Sets up Snappy perfectly. Great hold from Jax, it's got to be said. And Shush just staying alive. Right at the tail end of that round enables Snappy just to lock it in. This is the easiest kill he's got all game. And we're back on pistols again with a hero weapon. However, this time it's the AWP, not the AK for Kalash. We get to see what Melody can do. And it's a good start, but not a great finish. It's a double swing immediately from NIP. In towards water, and in towards A main, and then you got the bait and switch with Wrinkle. This is really nice. Lovely little bit of layer in here for NIP. Nets them that player advantage. Wrinkle and Jax trade weapons. Jax not known to be an AWPer, so him hitting these flicks is going to be a little bit more of a mini game for him. As Kalash moves back, they're going to try and attack water, which means they got to go into Snappy. AW swinging on the line, but yeah, can't get by Snappy. Svede, remember, has got no armor. So even though he's got an AK, one little tag with this MP9 is going to upset his movement and his aim immediately. Snappy makes it there. NIP. They say karma. Karma. So everyone in chat, everything's okay. 6 rounds, CT side Anubis is a brilliant haul. A one they can be very happy with. The money is still ass for AMKAL. To put it politely. But they have made, you know, some of these rounds work with very little. There's Kalash finding a dig onto Wrinkle. And Shush goes to trade and he does. And he's even throwing the gun away. You cannot have this AWP. Mid-control looks to be the next objective of this T side. But again, I've really commented on it earlier, and I'll comment on it again. Really good counter utility, and Snappy is my goat. He's making AMKAL his sons. He's destroying them in towards middle. What, you want to challenge him again? You think that's a good idea? No, it's not. 16-6. Jerks has been getting overwhelmed quite a lot this first half. Hasn't been the classic Jerks performance we have come to know and love. But that's okay, because Shush is here with the AWP. Snappy is holding down mid like a boss. And NIP are in cruise control on their map pick. You're not impressed, guys? Like, look, this is, you look at the lineups, and this should be a game that NIP should be winning. But it is NIP versus AMKAL. I don't think there's, apart from that Kalash, like, 1v2 4K extravaganza, there's been nothing really, like, insanely crazy that's happened. They are putting a lot of pressure here in towards mid and con, and the idea is that Smet walks through B main on a timing and gets the kill when the player's looking the other direction, but Snappy loves to push mid. And whilst he was being held for by Smet, it's actually Snappy that strikes first. And now there's a lot more utility where that came from for NIP. And that means that AMKAL were just sort of subjected in towards Connector. Wrinkle's being really aggressive when he doesn't need to. Needs to get out a dodge. Otherwise, he's going to get one digged. And he does. Kalash opens up A. And now NIP are on their bike to try and get here in time. Look at Snappy go. And Svede can't deal with him. You got Melody on a really late lurk. That might come into fold a little bit later on. HP doesn't matter if you've got the AWP. But with Shush spamming away, with Kalash literally on 1 HP, it relies a lot on Melody. Picks his timing perfectly, but can't get the jump on Jax. It's a 180 pirouette, and it's Snappy putting the icing on the cake. NIP with 8 rounds in this first half. I opened chat and the first message I saw was, one guy casting must be annoying. Yeah, if you don't like my voice, sorry, you are stuck with it for the whole best of 3, and there's nothing really I can do about it. Much love, though. 8-4. Our first blockbuster in 2025. And that CT side looked pretty damn good. Let's see what the cohesion looks like on T side. Fast play in towards Con. But you've also got the fake. It's a double drop in from middle, but you've also got two players pushing middle at the same time. Jax was holding for an extremity alert. Melode has got a really nice timing on Wrinkle. And now he knows this has to be A. This sets up Smet, and he passes the test just about. Oh, and now with flying colours. 3 quick kills with the dual Berettas. Jax can't do anything more but get one just consolation frag. Great work from Smet, but a really nice push, a re-aggression from Melody, which gets all the information and gets that ahead of time. NIP now being incredibly aggressive in towards middle. Snappy's even just running through mollies just to get that flashbang off, and even dealing with Spade 8. That's an MP9 that can be collected, but the double up in towards A main, you feel like it should be enough, but maybe it's not. But Melode proves that it definitely can be. That was a lot of damage. Look at the HP to end off that round for AMKAL. That's 60 health on both of those players. I am concerned about NIP's T side, not because of what's just happened, but you take a look at this team, right? Even with Olostos on this roster, the only one that is inherently aggressive, the only two I suppose, is Jerks and Wrinkle. This does look like a very CT-sided team. That's Wrinkle that wants to do the heroics with the rifle. Jerks has taken all the flak for him early over towards B main. You're just applying pressure through the smokes with the spams. You're getting out a lot of utility. Take a look at the tool belts for AMKAL. It's actually looking a little bit worse for wear now. That was the last smoke that just got used over towards Con. And if NIP split in towards B, there's only one defender here. There is a second rotate, but it is a little bit late. So close corners cleared immediately. Oh, CT dealt with immaculately, and Jerks follows up with a Deeg. Evisceration of AW and Melody. With the MP9, might be able to deal with Jerks. So there is now a pincer on, not only from Temple, but also from B main. AMKAL have got kits, but utility lacking, but there's that backstab, but only good for one kill. Jax trades with the Tech 9 and NIP with one gun. It feels like they're going to do it. Where's Fade 8 in all of this? He's so far away. There's no time. There's no chance. This NIP getting the 9th round. Good mid-round in from Snappy. Good call. Just put in a lot of pressure down to get the utility out early. And it also spams. It wasn't even with pressure. There was one guy out B main in Jerks that was just jiggling, keeping the attention from AMKAL. Then you've got the spams coming through from Wrinkle in towards Connector, trying to feign that they really want to take that space. And then AMKAL just get a little bit antsy. They drop all their utility instantaneously. They start to panic. And then NIP can just move forward into B like it's nothing. expert shot as well from Jerks on towards AW in Temple, because AW could have been a little bit of a menace. But with pistols and with one AK, NIP exact revenge, similarly to what AMKAL did with Kalash. I also wondered how this sort of DMS AMKAL roster would do against NIP, against the players that have been playing in Tier 1 and at the higher ends of Tier 2, and I've been impressed. They needed a few more rounds on that T side. Kalash with the Deeg. Can he see anything in amongst all that smoke? Not quite. Oh, but I don't think NIP can see anything in towards A main either. Blinded by the lights, but Jerk still alleviates some pressure. Snappy round the corner as well. Destroying AMKAL in A. And they've even got Wrinkle looking to ambush them in from spawn. He'll get out of dodge. He doesn't want to give over an upgrade for free. Got to worry about your own money if you're NIP right now. So going for a hunt, sure, you can afford it maybe on Snappy. And to be honest, he's 23 and 8. I do not blame him if he wants to go and search for more. I think what you're looking for here in sort of the early iterations and the life cycle of NIP is just good fundamental Counter-Strike. Because at the base of it, if you've got good fundamentals early with this team and they've not been together all that long, that does give you a lot of hope here for the longevity of this team. And so far what we've seen is everyone is trusting Snappy's call-in. That's evidenced by these really nice little mid-round calls into B. A shot from Melody. You're also seeing the good structure and communication on CT. They knew Melody was there because obviously sound cue with the early molly, but now confirmed by the echoing of the AWP in towards Con. He's been dynamic. He's moved the entire way back. Smet dealt with by Shush, and they just amble in towards B like it's nothing. AMKAL are trying to be dynamic with this AWP because they got pistols in towards this as well. And while Stay goes for a bit of a wrap, Melody now announces his arrival. He's rotated in towards CT. Kalash now walks water just to try and get an upgrade of a gun. It's only a Mach 10. Wrinkle can be caught off guard here in towards spawn if he's not careful. But is diligent. And with the fact that this was a compromised buy of one pistol, an AWP, AMKAL are going to just get their excuses out the way and just decline themselves from the invite to the afterplant. Not interested anymore in the retake. And that round was as simple as they know, NIP know the money isn't in a great spot. You've heard the AWP ring out. You've also heard the AWP leave because you've got players on the other side of B main. And Shush goes, I can take a gamble here. I can take this risk. At the end of the day, if I die immediately, I'm guaranteeing info for my team, but also Snappy is right behind me to trade potentially. But he gets the opening kill. It means that Jax can re-walk in towards Con and just split on towards B directly. We could be already approaching the closing stages. Could start from Smet, but again, immediate trades. This is what you're going to get out of NIP. AW swings at the back of sight though, and suddenly everyone is chiming in with kills. Jerks and Wrinkle reply, and we're in a 2 versus 2 within 10 seconds. And Jerks has got the bomb. So you haven't got to go through this awkwardness of taking a piece of map control back to get that package. Instead, everything's going to fall into silence. Wrinkle, we've seen him be really diligent. I think he's changed up his game quite a lot. But as soon as I say that, he does overextend. Straight into the Kalash AWP. Jerks and AW is a formidable fight, with AW tucked in towards Connector. With Jerks now having the knowledge of where he is, he can plant safe. Understands that Kalash was in middle. He has created the sandwich between these two players. Now let's take a bite out of one of them. Oh. Good angle management, but Kalash just pre-aims him. Easy does it at 2 versus 2. As soon as it reaches that stage, Kalash with the AWP. He's the one that answers the call, and AMKAL will finally get one round here. In what feels like forever. Outside of that pistol, outside of that follow-up round. It's their first gun round they can brag about. Can they make it consistent? That's now your next objective here if you're AMKAL, because it's all well and good having one round here or there, but consistency is what's needed, because you're going to run out of chances otherwise. Money's still not in the best spot. This round is one of the most important here for AMKAL. If they want to kickstart their CT campaign with a comeback story. Brilliant flash. Thrown from carpet into middle. Melody will at least trade and follow up. He's silently crept up to 17 kills. And he thought about peeking mid. If he did, Wrinkle's crosshair trained on that area of the map, but instead he vacates. He leaves. And I leave mid as an open chasm. 2 versus 2. AMKAL start to reinforce these bomb sites. And again for NIP, it's the same fashion of round as we've seen in the previous. A slow creep, a slow walk. And with AW catching wind of this, he can then drop the incendio, but Snappy's ahead of it, and Snappy is deleting them. What's his DM routine? Who's got his crosshair and sensitivity? This is absurd from your in-game leader. I said this round needed to be it for AMKAL. Instead, it has petered out dramatically. And Snappy has 26 kills. Let that sink in. AMKAL has an average age on this team of 20. And my brother's 34. That's my go. He wants even more. Look at him. Go on, son. Can he hit a dirty 30 before the game ends? Well, he'd need a 4K, and now he's got no K. That was a little bit brazen there from Jax. Any more from Kalash? Nice adjustment. And that allows Melody just to peter in over towards Heaven. A 1v2 for Wrinkle. Has got direct confirmation on the first player. And he can just leave. Goodbye. I will see you on B in about 10 seconds, he says. As Smet walks over, Melody is very concerned about the fact that Wrinkle very much still could be on A. He's not. He has vacated the premises. But oh, what is this? He's walking back. He's going to be flying the ointment, but somehow he doesn't get the kill on Melody, and Melody just snaps back and kills him. Easy. Nice second shot here from Kalash. First one was gifted to him on a platter. This one he had to work a little bit harder for. And then Melody just does the rest. Attack pause. First one, by the way, being called by NIP. And NIP just wanted more rounds to give Snappy his 30 bomb. A lot of interest actually just sort of watching the outfit of NIP and the way that they're playing these rounds, and they are quite simple in setup, but they're a lot more strategic. We'll hold this fort in a sec. Jerks does get flashed around the corner, but it's Melody and Svade to clean up house pretty quick. Mid under lock and key of AMKAL's domain. NIP looking to change the narrative here towards the end of round 21. AW just watching on in towards Connector. We'll have to deal with Wrinkle at some point in this round. Shush and Snappy, if they take contact first, that will allow Wrinkle the opportunity to deal with AW. Essentially weaken this B bomb site. There's now been bolstered by another player. Svade 8 walking over, 20 HP on the fade of the smoke. Smet doesn't deal with just Snappy, he also deals with Shush. And Wrinkle couldn't clutch a 1v2 in the last round, so a 1v4 feels a little bit out of reach. What I was saying though is that the NIP like T-side rounds actually feel quite simple, and obviously they are going to be with the introduction of this new roster. It's not going to be anything too overcomplicated, but it kind of makes sense why Jerks isn't really meshing, because he's now having to play a much more passive style of CS, and it's going to take him a while to adjust to that. Remember, Jerks and Saw, incredibly aggressive, and they will need to accommodate that for him, and I think Snappy will. We know how aggressive Snappy rosters can be. It will just take time to get there. Three rounds in a row remaining for AMKAL if they want to see overtime. Flashbang. Oh, Svade 8 hasn't cleared his corner. That is the most obvious corner to clear in the game, my son. And you've not done it. Shush gets a freebie. NOP are looking to convert this into a B finish. Good hold in here from Jax. Kalash should be dead, and he is. 5v3. And an immediate trade on AW. The deficit keeps getting worse. And you've still got this lurk of Wrinkle in towards mid, but he actually changes his mind. Flashbang is exceptional, and Jax has done everything in this round to make sure that, whilst it might be cinema, and it is blockbuster, it's not going to be a comedy. Out here between NIP and AMKAL, it's going to be action and adventure, and potentially new destiny for Snappy. As Melody watches on, he has to go for this in the 1v4. Has got a smoke, has got a kit, but just hasn't got the personnel around him all the time to really find these individual fights. And Jax just gives them a bit of shoulder. It's a triple swing from NIP, and it's them taking their map pick early here in this series. I think the most surprising thing about all of that is that Snappy has 27 kills. I think, look, you're going to expect a number of rounds here out of AMKAL. They are a very good side. They've been together for just over a year, but it's the new NIP outfit. It's Jax at the helm in that very last round to make sure that there are no shenanigans possible. A great start to life in the NIP jersey for a number of these players, and Arostos watches on and smiles as his team are one step closer to taking this best of 3. We go to a short break. When we come back, it's going to be ancient between these two teams. No vertigo, no problem. NIP look pretty damn good on Anubis. We now go to AMKAL's best map they've got in their pool, being Ancient, and look, I don't want to rule them out of this best of 3 just yet. I think that they are really strong on this map, but bearing in mind what we've learned from Anubis, CT side should look pretty good for NIP. I feel like their map control, especially towards mid, will be really oppressive, and AMKAL will have to try and deal with that, and it'll have to be their firepower, bailing them out in all instances, really. I think if they want to have sort of any runway in Ancient, I feel like they need to hit the ground running. If NIP get off to a good start, as they did on Anubis, and then start to break away, I think it's going to be a lot for AMKAL to bounce back and sort of succeed, to be honest. But we had a good game out of Melody. I thought Kalash and Smet were really decent as well. AW was the quiet one, and AW is normally the guy that gets the most loud on this AMKAL team. He's normally the star player. Speaking of star players, though, we've got to talk about Snappy, don't we? He was unbelievable. So many kills in that first map. Nearly had the 30 bomb. There wasn't enough rounds because NIP finished it so quickly. But he was brilliant. Jerks was a little bit hit and miss, but again, I think that's just because of the structure and the way the team's playing at the moment. I think once Snappy kind of gets his mold on this team and makes it that aggressive outfit we're used to seeing from Snappy projects, I think Jerks will flourish in that. I think Rostos, when he comes back into the lineup as well, will add a lot of that. So it'll be interesting to see. Game ready right now, actually, and we can jump straight into Ancient. As predicted, AMKAL's map pick means that NIP start on that CT side. We can see sort of what the defense has to offer. No kit, but a smoke flash. AMKAL definitely underdogs now in the series. Just getting peppered just a little bit in from Donut. Melody lets him know he's there, but ultimately they want to fight forward. Counter flash thrown by Snappy, and it's a good one. 3 players swing together for NIP, and look at that. Everyone deleted on the AMKAL ranks. Melody has got a chance, but can't get by both of these players. What a start. And that all comes from seeing the utility fly over. Snappy goes, guys, I'm flashing, we're swinging. Bang, and everyone does it. Everyone trusts the process, and that felt incredibly simple. And that gets you excited for this NIP team, doesn't it? Good fundamentals, that's what we asked for on Anubis, that's what we got on Anubis, and that's what we've got to kickstart Ancient. And this is a force buy without a bomb plant now for AMKAL. Shush, dodging, util. Getting the best of Svede immediately. The Snappy taking cave is a fun one. With Shush getting Kalash, there is one player just on the outskirts. I think Shush is bumping into him, and now he sort of knows there could be another player here. Yeah, ready for AW. Could he get an ace? Have to wait and see. He's currently nowhere near the last 2 players as they just reside outside of the B doors, and it's this oppressive nature. Sure, AMKAL haven't got all the bits and bobs, right? They've not got the weaponry, they've not got all the utility to dislodge this mid control, but it's this style of CS that I'm expecting out of NIP, especially on their CT side. They're going to get up in their face, they're going to take the map control, and it's going to be tricky, I think, for AMKAL to deal with this, especially when you've got your dependable anchors such as Shush, such as Jax, and you got Snappy just farming up a storm. Shush is on the way. Give it to him. Let him get the ace. It's only fair. There it is. The first ace in the NIP jersey, and he didn't have to wait long, did he? 1 best of 3. They died for the cause. Come on, guys. What are we doing here? He got an ace, you're giving him a FAMAS? That's not fair. I guess it's an upgrade on an MP9, but come on. That was a force buy, by the way, in that previous round. Didn't look like it from AMKAL. That nade has got a homing device in it, as it lands flat on Sfede's head top. But it's Melody who's low to actually get the opening kill on Jax, traded immediately by Wrinkle. As we sort of were saying on Anubis, it'll be interesting to sort of see Wrinkle and his playstyle, because he is quite an aggressive player. I wonder if he's going to be sort of encouraged to do that. And I think he will be encouraged to do that when Rosdos comes back in. I think whilst they've got Jax, they're going to play a lot more team-centric. They're going to use Jax as sort of a bit of glue to practice their fundamentals. And then I think once a Rosdos comes in this lineup, once they've played enough with Jax to receive these wildcard invites, then I think that you're going to get a lot more of a blended mix, especially on T side, of aggressive plays. Spoke over that eco because nothing really happened, right? One kill on Jax in Donut, and then a complete dismissal with the rest of the roster. Let's see what this big control now looks like. Now they've got everything. Everyone is so blind, and Shush will prevail, and then Jax hits the trade immediately. Fortunately, there is cover for AMKAL in the form of AW. And Smet will take the space in Donut as a result of it. A reaction for NIP is to take the B space. They now know it's A, and that's further confirmed by this molly on Wrinkle's position. As Kalash jumps around the corner, he's unaffected by this spam. 3 versus 3, Snappy is going to take a year to rotate over, and with no kits, they've got to be quite fast about this. AW's not going to hear Snappy's rotate, so this feels quite good. The pressure needs to come from sight in the next few seconds to keep everyone's focus on A main. But we're speaking about the Snappy flank, we've also got to talk about the AW one, because it's coming in thick and fast. The Snappy strikes first. And now this bomb can be stuck. Wrinkle, oh no, turns the wrong way. AW, can he knock him off the bomb? It's actually nearly Wrinkle that knocks Jerks off. But the smoke is enough of a disguise, and NIP's retake is a success story. All depended on whose snipe was going to strike first there, right? And I think NIP put the right amount of pressure on from CT to allow Snappy to go all the way around. And because he went all the way around and didn't go through Heaven, that's why AW didn't hear him initially. Gets close though. Now they've re-equipped themselves and upgraded the mantle, have NIP, with all these defuse kits. Contact play for AMKAL, just walking out A, 2 players double layered in Donut. It's a dangerous fill-in in there between Shush and Jax. You've also got Wrinkle on standby that can come over from Red Room if needed. No smoke is going to make this difficult for AMKAL, so it has to be the manpower that does the heavy lifting. We're looking for instant trades. These players in Donut cannot get a multi-kill, otherwise this team is about to struggle. And speaking of multi-kills, it doesn't happen in the face of danger for Shush, and Sfede follows up on Jax. Much better. But are you ready for how quick Jerks is on the rotate? Immediate evisceration of Sfede. Snappy steps in from Temple. It's okay, because AMKAL are holding strong. Has transcended into a 1 versus 1, but AW should be ahead of the play, and is. AMKAL finally post around on the board. We said the Donut players shouldn't have a multi-kill. And they don't. There's an example of AW and what he can do. They lose a round. NIP call for a pause. They get Exist on the mic. Exist is still coaching NIP. But one thing that was a consistent outfit on Anubis is that AMKAL couldn't win rounds in a row. And it was always NIP just consistently pushing them back, allowing them one round here or there, breaking the economy, still continuing to build on whichever half it was. Mid-control established again. It looks like a lot more of a passive approach because NIP are worried about the impending danger of this A play. Great spam out of Jax, and Wrinkle follows up with a clear connection on towards Donut. This is going a lot more favourably for NIP, and he's still got Shush on the other end of Donut, holding in case AMKAL burst out A main. They've reassessed their options. Melody has still got deep control in towards mid, so now he goes to investigate cave. The rest of the squad is on the way. But Snappy's still close. You've still got Jerks here as well that can even take the first contact. That contact is met very aggressively with a headshot out of Melody. You've still got to get by Snappy. Jax has just dropped a smoke as well. You might not be anticipating this close corner out of the MP9. Oh, yeah, shoulder spotted and kill collected, but it's Jax instead to pass the first test, hiding on the other cusp of the smoke, dealing with Melody, and Kalash is now thrown into a 1 versus 2. They are disjointed here, NIP. If Kalash is able to find a kill quite quickly, potentially this could descend into chaos. Wrinkle comes through cave, Shush doesn't peek. There's that experience. But then, as I say that, Shush does peek, and Wrinkle's now revealed himself. Kalash, on the jiggle, deals with Wrinkle. And AMKAL are able to weather the storm. That was a 3 versus 5 that they made into a 1v2, and then a second round victory. As soon as I'm saying, oh, Shush isn't peeking, he peeks. So, unlucky, that's cast a curse in. This is NIP on a fragmented buy as well. A couple of rifles and SMG, everyone else is on pistols. It doesn't feel great, but... Look at Jax. Tucked in the corner, but cleared by AW. There are still so many more players here, though, for NIP. Snappy on the corner, but he's only got a pistol. Jerks, can he find a multi? Yes, he can, but the rest of his team have all fallen by the wayside. Wrinkle thrown into a 1 versus 3. He wants more to do with this. So very much like it was on Anubis, AMKAL now make this a one-round game. And there's no money here for NIP. And he can't even hold on to his MP9. And Eco provides an equalisation opportunity now for this T side. Somehow the P250 is connected and Shush has found another. How has this happened then? A 3 versus 2, Kalash will at least make the deficit even. But traded immediately by Shush. They're going to get ecoed. Smet hasn't got a kill yet. Oh dear. Oh, here we go, Twitch chat. You think that's going to be a tap-in, you think that's going to be quite an easy one, but no, it's not. And look at Jerks, he's right behind Smet, and he's got no idea. As he looks in towards mid, he's not considering the possibility that Jerks is right behind him. First shot misses, second one connects, NIP full eco AMKAL. How about that then? That's a mood lifter. If you're NIP, look at the economy now for AMKAL as well. It is a disaster. And it is now Snappy wanting to farm up even more on the MP9. A break on the smoke for Wrinkle finds him a good opportunity to get a kill and basically a second. And he will get it on the USP. And look, NIP have thrown 3 versus 5s in this game before, but you look at the state of play, yeah, it always feels like they're going to convert this one. Jerks getting confidence kills. Was a little bit slow in Anubis, but has really started to arrive here on Ancient. They look, chat, I'm just going to say it, they look pretty damn good, don't they? They look pretty good. Fighting towards mid again. Shush. Making it his home. And it's just so easy. That counter utility is sublime from NIP. And Shush is farming them in towards middle. AW hoping for a chance, an opportunity to get one back. Might find it here on Snappy in cave as the smoke fades. Can he follow up on Wrinkle, who's just on a little bit of an off angle here? The spam's brilliant. And that will at least force him back a little bit. If they've re-aggressed in towards middle here, then potentially they can deal with Wrinkle. Incendiary goes forward, Flashbang goes out, but he's got no bullets in the chamber. Has to go with a Tech 9. At least Jerks is flanking. And Wrinkle's done so well to provide attention, and that was a messy spray turned into a beautiful sequence for Jerks. NIP take back the control. And Smet is yet to find a kill. Sorry, buddy. This is nearly an AW masterclass. And then Jerks, how do you go from a really laboured, messy spray to just bang, one tap in the second guy, like it's nothing? Unreal. I'm surprised that this is the first pause now for AMKAL in this whole second map. And again, we've got this buy where it is one rifle. Like, look, you've got a MAC-10, but I mean, do you really have a MAC-10 now? He's on no HP. Oh, no, he lives. How did he live? Okay, fair enough. I won't question you again, AW. He's now also got an M4. He could give this to Kalash. He probably won't. So opening kill falls favour to AMKAL. They move back away from the B ramp. Shush. Oh, this is dangerous. Yeah, that feels a little bit unnecessary, really. And now you've got no one on middle, no one on A, and everyone on B. Like, I suppose the justification for doing that is that NIP have only ever pushed A main when they haven't smoked it and when they've been on an eco. So by him taking that space, walking through the smoke, if he gets if he gets like unpunished, then it could work out, and he just needs that bit of info to keep the stack on B or A. That's the justification, even if it looked a little bit wrong. AW jump in there faked that it didn't matter in this instance, but the reason why he jumped there is because he faked the audio. He tried to indicate that he'd fallen off and was resetting mid when he hadn't moved at all. I feel like he would have got the kill anyway, but still a nice little touch. One kill going back the other way for NIP, but aside from that, a clean round of CS out of AMKAL. Putting pressure all over the map, and that was with your AK and your MAC-10. That was one of those rounds where it felt like they shouldn't have really got anything from it, and they got everything. But this was the moment where you start to think it's going to crumble, and it did. This time, mid-utility is much better out of AMKAL, but it is still good from NIP. Shush is able to right his wrongs on the previous, and then the follow-up flashes from Wrinkle are exceptional to get Jax on the board. Shush keeps going in mid, and it looks like this half will end 8-4 unless Melody has a masterclass. It feels like they've got a pretty good idea of where he is. A couple of rounds are going to obviously slip through the cracks, but this is still a very comprehensive CT side from NIP. Wrinkle makes it so it is a guarantee that they get 8 rounds in this first half. Here's some of the highlights from what happened in this first half. It was basically that aggressive mid control that we fully expected out of NIP, and AMKAL struggling to deal with it. And there was even a full eco thrown in there as well. Everyone firing on all cylinders. I think what's good, especially just in the early stages of the NIP sort of project, and what you're looking at in this game is how well your serviceable players are going to be doing in their roles. For example, you know Shush is going to be a really good mid-anchor. That's what he's spent the last few years doing on Ancient. So it's only natural that he's just sort of destroying here. It's good to see Jerks is taking up favourable positions such as B site. Jax is playing 1-for-1 with Olostos's positions as well. And Snappy and Cave's an interesting one. Look at all this space that NIP have got, by the way. This was a, I guess, anti-strat for AMKAL, even though I don't know what tape they've got to go off because NIP's roster was announced yesterday, but they've got 4 players on A. Svede walks back just to clear out middle. He now spots Snappy, so he kind of knows what's going on. But there's only, like, well, there's 1 player on B. And Kalash is like, I'm out. I don't want anything more to do with this. NIP have got really good control in towards mid, so you've still got Wrinkle that's in Donut. He's Dink Melody, who's on 1 HP. Does get away, but only for a moment. In fact, Wrinkle finds Kalash. So they're trying to save now, and they can't escape Wrinkle. Smet's on low HP. AW last player standing, not happening. Wrinkle gets free in from middle whilst the bomb's planted on B, and NIP continue this form. This feels kind of over. I'm going to be real with you, even at 94, and I know comebacks are possible, but it's just the game state. I mean, the way the rounds have been panning out has just been complete and utter. At least AMKAL have mid-control. That nade isn't going to do anything. Not that they know that. They have no information, AMKAL, on towards the state of play on lane. For now, it is passive from NIP. They're hoping that someone gets aggressive. They're hoping that AMKAL sort of push the envelope somewhere, maybe on the extremity. Shush is holding towards A main, and Smet is in there, to be fair. And now he starts to make his way forward. This has been so passive. And it continues to be. With 40 seconds left. You spotted just the shoulder of Svede. Not at the gym too much. Oh, but that shot from AW. Can't get the AK, which is a little bit of an issue. But he is trying to set up Svede and AW potentially, but Snappy deals with both of them. Snappy on the Mac 10 hits Diff. Oh, but Melody hits back even harder on the Deagle, and Smets find another. Suddenly it's Wrinkle thrown into this 1 versus 3. Melody will finally be dispatched of. Wrinkle's plan is open, so he can take this anywhere, and there's no smoke and there's no kit. AMKAL have to go together. Wrinkle isolates the fight perfectly. Smet round the corner, but it's Wrinkle that collects all of them. And whilst it was a Melody masterpiece in towards long, it's Wrinkle that reigns supreme and keeps NIP back on track. And it's the longest standing member of this NIP roster that remains and delivers for his new teammates. 17-6 is Wrinkle. As he looks for an 18th desperately through the smoke. Toes spotted for free for Jerks. As he gets rid of the devilish Melody. Svede Why would you expect Jax there immediately into the round? Oh. And he goes one better. If you haven't already, put some respect on Jax's name. I think truly one of the best teammates you can have in a CS team. He's so consistent. This will be 11, just notched up to the tally. NIP in firm control of this game. There was a couple of moments. Here or there that could have spiraled out of control, and you feel like the old NIP might have let those slip. But not this new NIP. Not with the experience and tenure of some of these players. They're looking good while getting these rounds as well. Two steps away from taking this series are NIP. The fast play beyond the Molotov. I think AW knows this. Snappy is standing in his teammate's molly to try and get the jump on him. It's a bold move for sure. And Kalash has deleted Wrinkle. He takes one nade, the second one slightly misses. So a good hold on B so far. And they will continue on and at least gain this round. A nice hold from Kalash and AW. I think like Snappy did give that opening, but he wanted to test whether he could surprise AW. The answer was no. He didn't catch him off guard after making all that noise and standing in the molly. How many can Shush take to the grave with him? That's your next question. Got to clear everything. Kalash tucked in the corner. But not dealt with. Bit of a windy day on the B-bomb site on Ancient for Shush, but Kalash makes no mistake. Difficulty you've got for AMKAL is that you've got two, even three players, I'd say, that are playing quite well, and then unfortunately you haven't got the output of Smet, of Svade that you'd expect, especially after a good map 1 as well from Smet. 3 kills on both isn't enough, and the stars can keep shining here for AMKAL, but again, running out of wiggle room in order for them to get powered up. Melody holding for the boost. Winkle will peek and go straight into the scope. Will allow a little bit of space, and Melody's missed shot will get punished. And with Shush getting a bomb plant here, it isn't the worst thing in the world here for NIP. AW also removed. Oh! That is disgusting from Shush, and Jax is holding elbow. And for the heaven jump up, Snappy covers his behind. And just like that, NIP, out of nothing, finds series point. That was surgical from Shush. You don't expect it. This second one especially. And the presence of mind for Snappy to go back and hold for that late lurk. Jax holding the elbow to heaven jump. It all just slots into place. And Wrinkle has just added even more success. Jax holding the edge of this smoke for Smet. If he dares go around this corner, and he gets punished. It feels like it's the beginning of the end, Twitch chat. AW being traded immediately. Kalash has only got a deagle. And him versus 4. Feels like one step too far for AMKAL. They tried their hardest. It looked competitive on Anubis, but Ancient is a completely different story. And this is their map pick with their best win rate. He's not even got a kit. No smoke, no nothing. Only an AK to his name, but he's got to get a wriggle on. And his entry and his access point being watched by Shush, who's not even going to peek. Right now with that flashbang from Snappy. Wait patiently, but we get the conclusion. NIP beat AMKAL in a very convincing fashion. It looked good on Anubis, it looked great on Ancient, and we don't even need that third map decider of Dust 2. NIP, they win the first game, the Battle of the Yellow Logos. They will take it, and they will move forward to the winners match. And that means that puts them against the winner of Equipa versus Endpoint. AMKAL will play the loser of those in the losers match. You don't have to wait too long to watch NIP play. They'll be back in action tomorrow. Here's what the schedule looks like for the rest of the day. We've got a big extended break now before our next game. But thank you so much for tuning in early or in the morning as well to watch the new NIP outfit. It was really good to watch them play. I thought they were fantastic, and I'm excited for the future of this team. As mentioned, we've got about an hour and 10 minutes before our next best of 3, so we're going to take a bit more of an extended break. When we come back, it's Big Equipa versus Endpoint. We'll see you then. Welcome back in, everyone, after that little bit of an extended hiatus. We are here with more best of threes. It's the play-in stage and the opening games for Group C and Group D. We already had a banger of a first game, didn't we, between NIP and AMKAL. Here's where we sit currently in the tournament format. We are still in the play-in stage. We've got a little bit of a way to go. Here's Group C. We've already seen NIP take down AMKAL. It wasn't the cinema people expected. It was NIP actually being really quite dominant. And now that sets us up nicely for our next opening game. Big Keeper taking on Endpoint. We've also got the Group D opening games, but that's a little bit later on today. Let's focus a little bit more on what's happening here. As you can see, Copenhagen Wolves versus Gen 1, and then Whopper taking on Rebels a little bit later on. That's for the future. Right now in the present, we've got the Endpoint roster, which has been a little bit up and down recently. You've got obviously the core of players of Mighty Max, Surreal, Azuwu. Crucial's been here a little bit now, and so too has Sejot. Sejot, you expect him to kick on a little bit more, and he hasn't really since joining Endpoint, but new roles, new responsibilities. Hopefully we can see a reformed and a re-energized Sejot heading into 2025. Azuru's been really consistent. I've liked what we've seen out of Surreal, to be honest. I think Surreal's had a real uptick in performance, especially towards the back end of 2024. And Max is a little bit of an enigma. You never really know what you're gonna get out of Max. It's either high highs or low lows, but his mid-round calling has been, I think, very good towards the back end of last year. And now we get to talk about Big Equipa, and I said this sort of when we saw MIBR move forward, MIBR women's team come into South America for CCT. We are going to see a lot more women's teams be integrated into these tournaments because CCT are now using the DRS ranking system, and it means a very good opportunity for these players. I'll give you a rundown on Big Equipa for those who are a little bit unfamiliar. They are playing with stand-ins at the moment. You've got the core, you've got the AWP of Zana, you've got Jenny, you've got Paulie in as well. They're the core of Big Equipa. They're playing with Melly, and they're playing with Pullux at the moment. Melly was part of a team called Let Her Cook that went all the way to the finals of ESL Impact Season 5 in Dallas. Pullux has been around the women's scene for quite a while, was on Guild, then was on Astralis, and now finds her way here on a trial basis. And with this team, again, it's all about experience for Big Keeper and women's teams in general, and having the opportunity to play in CCT is fantastic for them, and it will be a little bit touch and go to begin with, but every best of three having this experience is really exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing what Zana can do going up against Crucial, those two AWPers clashing in the head-to-head, and Melly being incredibly aggressive as a rifler. Obviously, Melly and Pullux are replacing Giuliano and Letty that were on this team before, and it'll be really interesting to kind of see how this takes shape, and who is in-game leading for Big Keeper, because it was Giuliano for a bit, then it was Letty, and obviously both have since departed. So in terms of who's having the ranks and the leadership, that's a question that I could probably get some answers to a little bit later on. Let's talk veto, because obviously with these two teams matching up, it's going to be interesting. Who's going to ban Train? Are we going to get a pick of Train? Endpoint banning Nuke is unsurprising. There's Big Keeper immediately removing Train from the equation. Makes sense when you've got stand-ins as well, players that are potentially on trial. Endpoint, they go with the pick of Mirage, which is in the wheelhouse of Big Keeper, but obviously Endpoint have been playing teams of a little bit of a higher quality and also have got more reps on it recently. Big Keeper go for Ancient. This is one of their stronger maps that they do like to go for. Endpoint, a little bit fragile on Ancient. I think they're a little bit touch and go sometimes on this map when I've watched them play, so it makes sense for Big Keeper to go in this direction. The final wave of bans are moving forward, and this probably indicates to me that we're going to get Anubis as that decider. It's a comfortable map for both of these teams. There's the confirmation of it as well, and that's if we need it. A really exciting one, to be honest, because obviously I think for for being a keeper, we've spoken about it. It's all about getting these reps under your belt. It's an exciting one for me personally, a little bit selfishly, because I cover a lot of women's Counter-Strike, and also I'm a fan of UKCS, being from the UK myself, so it's a matchup for the head and the heart combined, and it'll be a really fun one to sort of see what's going to happen. We saw in the MIBR game the other day that I think Shinden was the team they were playing against, was so aggressive, they were executing almost immediately, and they were overrunning the team that had limited practice. I know for a fact this bigger keeper team has also had limited practice, so it's going to be all down to who can find the opening kills, who can settle their nerves the quickest. Endpoint obviously have got a lot more cohesion and chemistry, and it will be just a nice little limit test to see where bigger keeper are currently at. As stated, it is going to be exciting to see them play soon, and I think we can get the game pretty much underway. Endpoint going in with the Mirage pick, meaning the bigger keeper will start on the CT side. It does mean that Endpoint have got a new leash of life in terms of defining the aggression, if they're going to be inserting themselves and just being overly proactive. Bigger keeper, how are they going to respond to this? On Mirage, you typically will see this fight for mid control, and then once you've got the mid control, what's that next step? What do you want to do with it? Again, we saw the MIBR Shinden matchup on Mirage, where it was just exec after exec. It was within 10 seconds. This team was all over MIBR just in the bomb site. So I'm interested to see how bigger keeper can manage that, whether Endpoint will go for a similar style of play, or it'll be a lot more of a default centric style. I'm really curious to sort of get this best of 3 underway and see kind of what the assessment is for both of these teams. And for bigger keeper, just speaking a little bit more on the players that are sort of standing in for them at the moment. I think Pullux is a really interesting one, because Pullux has changed roles quite a bit, moving from teams. Was a rifler, then became an AWPer in Astralis. Will not be AWPing in this bigger keeper lineup. It will be Zana taking the reins of that. You've got Jenny that can be very aggressive and combining with melee, and it'd be interesting to see that comparison between melee and Jenny versus Zuwu and Sejot. So unfortunately, we've got a little bit of a delay. It looks like we might have a little bit of a server swap. There's not really too much to speak about here from me directly, so to save me yapping, I think before the game starts, we're going to throw it to a very short break. When we come back, we will start and kick off this best of 3. It's Mirage coming up, hopefully, in just a few seconds. Here we are then, game about to kick off between Big Equipa and Endpoint. And we got a little bit of a tech, but that's fine. Not too bad. Can give you a little bit of an overview of Endpoint as well, because it did feel like Endpoint kind of go through peaks and troughs quite a lot about their form and where they want to be. Currently ranked 81 in the world on sort of HLTV, and for them, look, they haven't. It's their first game back since player break. Same for Big Equipa actually. Last official on HLTV 7 weeks ago for Big, 5 weeks ago for Endpoint, and they played against Ents. That was in CCT. That was the round of 16, where obviously Vertigo leaving the map pool is going to hurt Endpoint a little bit. I'm sure they've been studying up on Train and the like. But it'd be interesting just to sort of see how they adopt to the new maps. I know Vertigo was pretty good. We are live, fortunately, so we can stop the yap and get into the game. Hit smoke on Pullux. Little bit of utility as well for Endpoint. Right now a heavy lean towards middle, and Equipa are pushing. Jenny about to get the first point of contact here. Crucial holding for it. It's a little bit messy, but it's Sedjot and Crucial that just eviscerate all these players in towards middle. Pullux with the swing and the clean kill on Sedjot, but unfortunately all of her teammates have fallen around her. And it's a quick collection here for Endpoint, holding for that mid aggression. They were matched with it. It was Endpoint that drew first blood. And now with no money, that's going to be the eco. They want to prioritise the AWP as soon as possible here. Do big. So again, we're probably going to see another stack. And immediately mid-control being taken by Endpoint. It's going to be this pop from short. Flashbang attempting to be lined up, but not even thrown as Sedjot catches the edge of Pullux. And there's a complete collapse in towards shore. Easy does it for Endpoint, but that was just against the pistols. So we get all the rifles, we get the MP9 that actually just evolves into a FAMAS, and then de-evolves back into an MP9 for Pullux. Poorly anchoring A, with Jenny going over towards connector. That's the natural positions here. With the two new guns of Melly and Pullux occupying B. Again, yeah, a very fast play. Max trying to get involved in amongst the window. Three players actually rotate over now. Zana being called forward, but Crucial's already in the window. But punished immediately by Jenny. Opening kill fall in favour too big, but Sedjot will trade immediately. And that creates space and a pathway, not only for just Con, but also in towards jungle if they want it. Zana overwhelmed by Max on that boost. Paulie will trade immediately. So we're into a 3-on-3. Sedjot holding the window. It's an easy find on towards Pullux and a follow-up onto Melee. Sharp slots from Sedjot. Paulie now thrown into the clutch. Will deal with Max and a Zulu immediately. Sedjot now called into action. Paulie, a fake out on the defuse, but steps, which gives away the audio. Molly thrown forward. Sedjot now has to relocate in towards Con. Flashbang over the top. And one bullet would do it. Sedjot runs away. There's no kit as well on Paulie, so she has to come and find the fight. We'll get it onto Sedjot. Is there enough time for this defuse? I don't think so. But But it will be all the kills fall in favour. Too big. Endpoint still claim the round. Good hold there on A, but smart positioning from Sejot. Just runs away in towards underpass. Guarantees that that bomb can't be defused, even if he loses his life, which he did. But a really nice attempt from Paulie. He'll keep the AK, everyone else will go down towards pistols. Endpoint look to line up these smokes and just execute into A. Flashbang forward from Paulie in towards ramp. Trying to get a kill. Here the drop down on Max, but cleared immediately. And that was your heavy hitter weapon, but Jenny looking to do some damage with the Deagle, traded out by Azuwu. Trades from Endpoint have been brilliant so far this map. With everyone rotating in from CT and with limited utility, feels like it might be a little bit of a worry here for Big. Yeah, damage but no kill, low HP on both Surreal and Sejot. Bazana's now got enough money for an AWP. Dropped over by Jenny. A full comprehensive buy for Big. Let's see what they can make of it now. It's the woman you want to be watching. Sort of a missed window smoke as well by Endpoint. No one peeking middle. They want that resmoke to come in, and now it has. Followed up by all the flashbangs, just outpouring in towards middle. Endpoint want to seize control. Just spamming Jenny so close to the fight, but it's a crucial tag and a Mighty Max finish to deal with Zana. And Azuwu is right behind in underpass. Could be a little bit damaging. Mid control definitely fall in favour to Endpoint right now. Probably, oh, it's caught off guard by the position of Surreal. Wasn't expecting him to be a Tetris immediately. And now Jenny's also been spotted. Flashbang forward, a swing, and a collapse between him and Azuwu will net the trade. Leaving Pullux all alone in a 1v3. First kill is hers. That actually makes Max relocate. The spam not quite doing the damage through triple. But there is an isolated fight here. Crucial is removed out the equation temporarily. Max just tucking behind the box, waiting for his AWP to step in. And he will hold the cross. Well played by Endpoint. NT from Pullux in the 1 versus 3. But they keep the slate clean and they move to 5 rounds and 0. Just needed an extra flashbang there in middle, I think, for Zama to be able to peek cleanly onto Crucial and Max. That's a quick peek and a quick collection for Crucial. Who's proven to be already in this map. 9 kills, 1 death. Two players yet to get off the mark for Big, but still a long way to go in this map and series. Fight for mid is coming, but Melly just gets dealt with by Sejot. He is on fire to kickstart the campaign in 2025. Another swift headshot onto Zana. Leaves Paulie, who has pushed Palace. But unfortunately, Endpoint have gone B. This will be Endpoint's 6th round. You can tell it's a little bit nervy for Big. They've got the right ideas, but the execution isn't always as sound. And of course, when you're playing with a couple of stand-ins, that's going to be a little bit difficult. Saving grace is that Paulie gets away with the M4, but that's if that's what we're looking for consolation, it's not enough. Sharp slots from Sejok. Mid hasn't really worked out too much for Big, so the extremities are probably the way to go. You saw him in the previous round. Paulie was able to get into Palace quite quickly. There was a round where she was the only one that had the AK, flashed in towards ramp. Just needs a little bit more support, I think. Looks now to be tested as the only B player, and pretty much everyone from Endpoint is coming into that area. Tough. Really tough to deal with when you're the only one there. And Saru and Sejar are now just announcing their arrival all over this B bomb site. Strong nade as well on towards melee. That one will do the damage. Another one even landed just in case that didn't finish melee off. New side quest of the round is to again save the Paulie M4. That isn't possible. Zana at least collects one, and that's an AK that can be scavenged, but being hunted and pressed in from every angle, gets a zoo on the way out to announce her arrival into the game. But aside from that, Endpoint are in control. Yeah, mid being evacuated in this round, which I think is the right move here for Big. Caught off guard. Wow. Okay. Movement king. Gets towards the top of the ladder and just hits the headshots. His first bullet accuracy has been scary. And this is just going from bad to worse for Big Equipa. Jumped off the ladder, so propelled himself backwards, landed just on the tip of the wood. Should have been a kill from melee. And again, you're just, the thing is, where you haven't really got the economy, or continuously just hoping, searching for something. People's MP9s, it's not going to go well. Sejong and Crucial continued their reigns of terror. 14 and 13 kills respectively. The Surreal's even worked his way towards jungle. Which means A-bomb site completely open for business. Endpoint can just scamper over here. The 1v5 feels a little bit out of reach for Melee. Josie push again, needs a flashbang here, Surreal in the corner, Paulie checks it, but dealt with immediately. And Surreal just keeps trying to push forward, Zana can't quite get the trade on the AWP, meanwhile in middle, a lot of control with Zuru in the window. At Endpoint, they take the space over towards ramp, they take the space in towards middle, now they reset towards B. So again, challenge Pullux, who's the sole defender here. This is just a flurry of players. Crucial can now post on the window, Max can take space beyond the bomb site. Oh, and that flash hit is good to get Melee past, but not a kill collected. You gotta remember that Azur is still lurking in the window, and Surreal is just taking names and adding them to the kill feed. There is that Azur lurk, and there's Jetty left all alone in CT spawn. Can't get by Azuru. No can be a heap of salvage anything from this first half. Crucial again going for an early peak. In fact, the majority of the squad is over towards A, so it's going to be an exec. They've conditioned B so much that they're now going to hit this A site. The smoke will prevent them access temporarily, with Max and Cedro having good control, and Zana posting towards B apps. It leaves Pullux alone. Two players, look at this, just moving through Palace. Zana will get another opening kill for big onto Sejok, who's been a heavy hitter for Endpoint. Oh, was Paulie spotted there by Surreal? Yes, is now. It's volleyed, it slightly misses, but Paulie just succumbs to the flames, being engulfed in them. Zana holding strong. Surreal just dodges the angle. And that's the bomb site under lock and key for Endpoint. It has to be a retake. There is a flank going on. Check out Jenny pushing through ramp, and Melee finds Surreal. And he's still got this lurk element. Undetected is Jenny. 3 versus 2. And now becomes even. 25 seconds left. Max and Crucial can pass through, but oh! Crucial just wallbangs Zana out, and now Melee is stuck. It's a good collection on Crucial, but it's Max to trade. It's the fake out with the audio with 20 seconds left. Endpoint go back to A. and by the skin of their teeth get their 11th. Last round of play here in this first half. And it's going in the same manner as all the other rounds. A 4 versus 2 now for Endpoint. Pullux drops the bomb. Her and Zana now look to scale. That's good damage onto Surreal. Can Zana trade it out? It doesn't matter because Sejot is there and towards the window. Flawless from Endpoint. 12 and 0 on their map pick. Couple of close rounds in there. Obviously, we have that poorly 1v3 that should get the kills, but didn't have time for the defuse. I mean, Sejot and Crucial have just been exceptional. Our HUD has also gone a little bit funky. Loss of util. Players congregating, swarming around this A-bomb site. And Crucial just deletes melee. Azuru then starts the pain as well. Pullux, though, has got control on towards site and a couple of good kills. Will at least punch the digits in. Paulie and Pullux. To try and clutch up for big, try and keep them in the conversation here for Mirage in map 1. Flashbang forward into CT, Max dodges it, they nearly line up, but it's the Glock and the USP combining. Crucial, 1 versus 1 against Paulie, no kit on Crucial, so he'll start to stick, gets off it, will find the kill, but I don't think there's enough time. So Big Equipa will get their first round. They've had to wait a while, but they've got it, all because of that 2 versus 3. The HUD needs to be swapped. And fixed. It looks a little bit funky. But we have got an eco out of Endpoint. Melly finds the first onto Max. That's the B bomb site open. It was a stack over on A for Endpoint. Zana now also just taking space. This should be the bomb plant. This should be the round now for Big. Nice shot from Azuru. He can go and get a Galil. And a lot of exit kills, actually. Only Pullux, last player standing. That's going to hurt the finances. Money not in the greatest state of affairs, but at least they pieced a couple of rounds together now. We're going into cinematic mode for this round. As the HUD's a bit cooked. So it's Surreal on short. A Zulu connector. Big Equipa taking space in middle. And Zana and Melee look to press the issue onto Seajot under Palace. Zulu steps in as well, and Jenny will get one kill in towards Connector. It's currently being swarmed upon. I think that's game over. Everyone's got their knife out and standing stationary, so it will be 13-2. The first map between Endpoint and Big Equipa. That was Endpoint's map pick, and they took it in a very dominant fashion. Seajot, Crucial were very good in this map. We did see moments from Big Equipa, don't get me wrong, but some players that you expect to perform a little bit better just took a while to warm up, the likes of Zana, the likes of Melee, but Paulie was very good. I enjoyed what we got out of Jenny, but yeah, Endpoint a little bit too strong on map 1. We go to map 2, we go to Anubis, actually, we don't yet. We go to Ancient, which is Big Equipa's map pick, just after this break. And we're back. Hopefully all technical issues resolved. Endpoint were clinical on map 1 of Mirage. We now head to Beekeeper's pick of Ancient as well. So that'll be an interesting one to see how they shape up against Endpoint. Endpoint, you imagine, will be starting on that CT side. So a lot of aggression will come through towards middle, taking the space towards B doors, and it's going to be up to Beekeeper to try and respond to that. Yeah, it was a tough show of it on Mirage. We jump into game now, straight away onto Ancient, so we can get into the thick of things here. Double flash and kit for Max. Smoke flash for Pullux. Mid control looking to be established already by this T side. Zunner and Paulie control in towards lane. Cedrot having a little bit of a brawl. In fact, the second player comes over. Zana's got good space in towards Donut, but Cedrot is just chasing her down for the moment. Getting these players all the way out is going to be a bit difficult, but Jenny provides a little bit of coverage in towards A main for Azuru. Cedrot's been dinked as well. on his way forward. Everyone from Endpoint runs over. That's because they've dropped the bomb. But Zana delivering damage. Any more kills? Yes, collects the headshot onto Sejot, but Surreal will trade immediately. That has enabled the bomb to come over, but Max is already on site. It's a 2 versus 2. Bomb's been planted. Now they know about Max, and he's been deleted. So Surreal thrown into the clutch, rotates through Donut. Jenny just holding and deleting. Pistol round goes too big. Very much like they did on Mirage, they take the T-side pistol. Really good flank here out of Zana. It was a little bit touch and go when the bomb was dropped in towards front Donut, but they got off the bomb. They then slowed down the pace as well. And Jenny hits a great headshot onto Surreal. A much better start to Life on Ancient for Big. Miss Red Room smoke is going to complicate things a little bit. But it is just against the USPs. A full B stack as well for Endpoint. Has now just been manipulated into a red room take. Jenny dropping the molly, needs to be careful not to be overwhelmed. A deep nade in does a lot of damage onto the Endpoint personnel. A very calm, calculated second round. Jenny walks into the firing line and now gets good info. Everyone is in middle, and that means that B can be taken quite swiftly. Plant for long. They don't know about caves, they just smoke that off. They take the CT space. With no kit in this round, it's going to be quite difficult for Endpoint to have any further say in it. They'll just look for exits. Will they find any? Unsure. Max is full blind, but no one swings at CT. Can't find anything with the USP. So that will be the second round, and unlike Mirage, they keep 80% of the team alive. Insta Red Room being lined up. Now's the true test for Big, because now Endpoint have got all the rifles. One of those smokes has slightly missed in towards cave. Yeah, it has. So Surreal has got free real estate to peek into. Extremity work seems to be the name of the game here for this T side. There's a mains being pressured. Max is aware of this possibility, heard the util rain out. There's also subsequent pressure being applied over towards B, lane control established. Sejot's looking to come over and support Surreal. He will do. Great flash, and there's no trade. Baldy will find one, but there's just too many players to contend with. Max is still here in Donut as well. Melly will clear him. And that would be a pathway towards A, but the bomb, unfortunately, has been dropped in towards Heaven. Maybe Jenny can salvage something from the round. Crucial removed immediately. 2 versus 2. Recovering the bomb still remains the sticking point here for Big. And Azuru set up on a pixel angle. Surreal takes first contact, does win out the fight, and that's when Azuru swings in. A fast double flash play will get Endpoint their first round on the board. Now the guns are here. Good little ping pong of contact between Surreal and Azuwu. Look like Big had upgraded all their Mac 10s into AKs, so the money isn't in the greatest state of affairs. Sejop gets a quick and easy one onto Jenny as she tries to peek beyond the smoke, tries to hit that timing. And now the swarm of Endpoint come forward. And Big are just stopped in the B ramp. Boost for Sejop. Maybe has the spam on Pullux, flashbang. In fact, he's just going to go straight through the smoke. Yeah, Paulie not ready for that one at all. Zana spammed, but Pullux will at least get one tray before Surreal steps in down B ramp. This is what I was on about. This is how intrusive map control can be. Big are stuck behind the B doors. And there's no real safe passage of escape. You have to go through the lion's den of Endpoint if you want to make it to that site. Melly starts searching. Azuwu is half HP, so one swift headshot will take him down. But Surreal looks to be stepping in with the trade. Azuwu dealt with, and looking the wrong way was Surreal. Jenny now needs to try and swing forward and trade, but Surreal gets out just in the nick of time. There is space here. Up the B ramp, Jenny will at least get the plant as well, it feels like. But it's still a tough 1 versus 3 to contend with. There's just so many players. And she can't get it done. A good bomb plant nevertheless from that 2 versus 4. But you're still limited to Tech 9s here if you're big. At Endpoint, ever since the rifles have come out, it's been relatively smooth sailing. As predicted, it is the Tech 9s. Sejop playing anti. But catches the flash. Let's get traded immediately. And Alice and M4 recover for Zana. They start to accelerate in towards Donut, but Max and Crucial clean up. Zana gets a good rebuttal. Worried about the potential play in from Heaven. Anticipates the rotate as well in towards mid. Can still recoup this round potentially. Oh, and it's a dink but not a kill onto Surreal. And Azuwu was there in close proximity, playing the buddy system were Endpoint. Another one of these close rounds where that was nearly a 1v4 that could have been throwing Big Equipa back into contention, back into level playing with just the Tech 9s. But Surreal make sure that doesn't happen. Still no AWP for Zana. Another one of these Red Room smokes that slightly missed the mark. Azuru now just taking command over towards B ramp. Good supportive utility as well out of Endpoint to make his job that little bit easier. Bullocks trades. Eno Surreal is now locked in cave. You have to plant against the spams. Max will swing and will get the best of Bullocks. Now it's just Melly and Jenny. In fact, make it just Melly. And there's that spam I was talking about coming through from Sejot. The quick rotates really undid Big there. And when you're not getting the bomb down, you constantly enter this cycle of Tech 9, buy, Tech 9, AKs. Zana saved enough this time for the AWP into the next round. And speaking of Orbs, we've got one. Crucial holding down A, and he's about to be tested. Shadow spotted as well. Should get the indication that this is the A attack. Crucial makes it look easy, and Sejot is here as well. Smooth moves from Crucial. Shuts down the Tech 9s again over at A. Just the shadow advantage is just too strong. There isn't any utility that can be put forward onto Crucial's position. But now we get to see that head-to-head. We have to wait till round 9, and now we've got both Orbs in the server for both teams. That was nearly the opening kill for Zana. Break on the smoke. Sejot has still got all this control in towards B. It's only a matter of time before Endpoint realise that no one's home at B, and you can start your rotates. Beekeeper have got a good read on this if they go now. Need that smoke in towards CT though. Otherwise, Crucial will be able to pick off players left, right, centre. Zana scoped on the angle, but Crucial just re-swings in. Shot is a missed opportunity, and Jenny and Paulie will take the space into CT. Max and Sejot come through Donut, and in fact Surreal's there to join them, so it is just Jenny. In this 1 versus 3, Flashbang not affecting her, but jumping past the AWP barrel. Nice shot on the first, can she find any more? Swats to the pistol, not quite. When the kills come through in towards CT, you think potentially that's enough, but everyone from Endpoint just gathers in towards Donut and brute forces their way back onto the A site. Just overwhelmed. The bomb plant and the loss bonus does net a little bit of cash here. All big. Sejot again, just full residency in mid. Crucial, I think, does have the info on Paulie. And we'll remove early. And again, Sejot Surreal just tucked behind this smoke in towards ramp. Zana will get the first, but not quite the second. Sejot gets dinked because the bullet goes through the wood. Jenny's just going to take the risk. Sejot has walked right by her. So there is a bit of a funky timing here. The issue is the quantity of Endpoint players, and Sejot is going to walk back around behind. There's also this known gap that Azuru is watching now. With Max pushed out A, Jenny has to be either in towards Red Room or Cave, which is why Azuru is holding this angle. Does have the jump on Jenny, and Crucial steps in with a quick wall bang. Ancient looking to take the same shapes as Mirage. Nice shot from Crucial. Again, it's him and Sejot that are the heaviest hitters for Endpoint, as they were on Mirage as well. And Sejot just keeps on going. Anticipating aggression is big. They get that in the form of Sejot, but that is it. Flashbang here. Could be really good actually onto Sejot. Contact taken. Flashbang's thrown. But Sejot not dealt with. Finally is. The bullets can't follow up onto Azuwu. Straightforward for Endpoint. They go 9-2 up in this first half. It's 9 straight rounds in a row ever since those rifles came out. Lost in the source a little bit there was Pullux. Tried to go through that cave smoke, mid-control also being taken, but B firmly under lock and key by Endpoint. And Crucial's got a good angle here in towards Donut. Zana with a cursory glance towards Heaven, and Azuwu just rips her head off. Ellie is all that remains, but not for very long. So 10-2. The scoreline here for Endpoint as they swap over to that T side of Ancient. Let's see this pistol. 5 players outpour towards B. Statement of intent for Endpoint is going to be a quick wrap. Flashbang forward. Max blind. Paulie going for the search. And she will find Max, but in the meanwhile, B is being taken. Paulie gets one more, and they're not ready for Azuwu, who's backing up Max. Jenny's pushed through the smoke, but being covered by Azuwu. Melly thrown into a 1 versus 3. Gets the first on Crucial. Looking for Azuwu and Surreal. But they both swing together. Melly nearly has it, but it's Azuwu to close the round. Nice try. But it's Endpoint that will get the pistol. At this point, you probably just force buy if you're big. Yeah, MP nice. 5.7's coming out. There's a chance there for Melly to steal it away, but Azuwu that little bit faster. Three-player lean towards B for big. Surreal gets reboosted. Can't capitalise on Paulie, just showing a little bit of shoulder. You've also got Zana tucked in with the 5.7 over at long. You know Paulie's in this corner though. So they're going to fight forward. Zana will get the trade, but again, trades are good back and forth from Endpoint. Melly still resides in Cave. Endpoint now suss out whether this is a stack or not. Deem it isn't, but Azuwu is still holding for Cave. Melly sits and waits patiently. Rest of her team just regroup over towards long. Feels like Melly just needs to go at the same time as her team, and she does get 2 kills. Pullux finds another. This retake's looking really good, but where on earth has Cedric got to? He's in cave. There's no kits. They can potentially stick it. He gets the first. Melly gets off it. And will claim her prize. Awesome retake from Big. More than enough time to defuse as well. Second round force will come into fruition. All off the back of a triple from Melly. Zana gets the AWP out. So we've got AK, AWP, 3 MP9s. Going against a cobbled together buy from Endpoint. Good opportunity here for Big Equipa to break the finances. Good nade damage as well in towards middle. Endpoint do want to fight for this space. It is just MP9's defending it. Now Zana comes over to help out with the AWP. And Sejot is in a really good position by Red Room. Currently being overwatched by Jenny. But not for long. And then Melly goes searching and Cyril punishes. The trajectory of that grenade, you now know that Paulie's out long. Sharp shot from Zana, but she'd need the full house. She wants to find anything further, and Cyril was already hard pressed in towards Red Room. A blip on the radar for Endpoint. They reintroduced themselves on the server with a quick split. Just two individual here from Big. You've got Melly and Paulie both swinging one by one. Even Pullux to a certain extent there. It leaves Zana in an impossible position. Nine series points now here for Endpoint, and this is probably the easiest one to try and close, where you've got pistols and MP9s. But Pullux gets the first, and they are pushing forward, but Max on that angle is devastating, and he leaves it all up to Paulie in the 1 versus 4. And Endpoint are going to assume that she is rotated towards A, and they'd be dead on. And while Cedric explores mid, the bomb makes its way over towards B. Crucial might even get the final kill here, just exploring through elbow. And he will. That's it for the series. A tough watch in some aspects for Big, but I feel like they can definitely learn a lot from this game. It was a tough show on Mirage. Ancient started off a little bit better, but when the guns came out, I think Endpoint and their map control was just too decisive in those early moments. So they advanced through to the winners match. They'll go ahead and they'll play NIP when... and in the losers match, it'll be AMKAL taking on Big Equipa. As you can see on the screen, those games are tomorrow, and we've still got plenty more action coming your way. Those are the opening games for Group C. We've also got Group D. Coming up next is Copenhagen Wolves taking on Gen 1, followed afterwards by Whopper taking on Rebels. You can see the schedule, and it's fixed. It's not accelerated. So what that means is there's going to be a big bumper break between now and the Copenhagen Wolves Gen 1 game. We're looking at about an hour and a half or so, very similar to the NIP AMKAL game. So a lot of dead air on display today, but it's still fine. There's still plenty more CS to whet your appetite. As mentioned, those opening games of Group D are coming up after an extended break. So have a breather yourself, take care, and we'll see you in a little bit for Gen 1 versus Copenhagen.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? Running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Hello, welcome back. We are going to be heading into the action here within Group D, the close qualifier. And look, we've had some exciting games already today. Endpoint victory 2-0, NIP victory 2-0 as well. So look, I think today's already started off with a bang, and I think the rest of today is going to be just as good as well. But look, if you're only tuning in now and you've not really seen all too much of the CCT before, let's bring up the tournament format and I can run through kind of how things go here in the CCT. Obviously, we're in the playing stage right now, 14th and 19th. Then we go to the Swiss stage, which is where the excitement really starts to kind of the kick off, and that's where things can get to the nitty gritty. And then obviously the all important playoffs, and obviously the playoffs just within, you know, a 3-day span. So you kind of just get, you know, you finish the group stage and then bang, it feels like you're in the grand final straight away. So look, I'm excited. I think already I've seen a lot of talent so far just through the playing stage, and even more is going to come as we progress through the CCT. But obviously, as I said, look, you might be newcomers here in the CCT, so why don't we show you what's happened in the respective groups throughout the playing stage. We'll kick off things here with Group A. Obviously, we've seen the victors of Fireflux. They've made their way through. They've got that qualification. Jano bested Fluffy Gangsters in the losers match. So we do have that kind of Yano versus Alaska game, which is going to be pretty exciting. Obviously, you know, personally, I'm going to be maybe supporting the Alaska squad with them kind of residing from the UK and Ireland. So I feel like I've got a little bit of bias there, but yeah, I know they look pretty decent against Fluffy Gangsters, so I think that one's going to be an exciting match as well. We look to Group B next. Obviously, Eyeballers have had a really fantastic run. Best thing, obviously, BC game in that the upper game, I guess you could say. And you look at those results, you look at those maps. Very dominant Mirage, very dominant on Inferno as well. 13-6, 13-8. So I think Eyeballers comfortably having that spot. The Cyberstroke BC game feels like maybe a round of 16, maybe kind of a late Swiss game. It doesn't feel like this should be what the playoffs is, but look, I'm excited for it. I'm all for it. Then obviously for Group C, this is what we kind of had this morning. We can show up those brackets as well. And I think we've got the AMKAL big Equipa game happening at some point very soon. I want to say that's tomorrow morning, 9 AM. So that's going to be an exciting one as well. But look, Group D, Copenhagen Wolves versus Gen 1, Whopper against Rebels. This one is going to be a good day of CS. These are the two games that we've got for this evening. And look, we can bring up the schedule, but like, I've already kind of spoiled it. But right now, I think we're going to be up to with a bit of a delay, a bit of kind of a a slight delay, because these two teams are actually playing each other right now in another event. So you've got to imagine the winner of that game. You know, are we expecting them to win? Are we thinking that the other team might be able to come back? I think there's a lot of things that we can talk about when it comes to this upcoming match of Copenhagen Wolves versus Gen 1. just on the basis that they're currently playing right now. So I think it's definitely going to be an exciting one to kind of talk about, exciting one to watch. But look, let's have a look at the rosters. We'll stop the faffing about and we'll get into the real kind of, I guess, the main course of this pre-show. And we'll bring it up. We'll start off with Copenhagen Wolves. We've got Tapeware, Andu, Jaquinho, Belaney, and Shane. Obviously, Belaney and Jaquinho being the two newest additions. Andu, fairly recently, you know, within the last couple months, he's been absolutely excellent for this roster. I feel like Andu's a player that we expected, you know, so many highs from. You know, you look at kind of the teams that he was on. He was on, obviously, that Gamer Legion side. He did, you know, a lot for them. Maybe, you know, it just didn't really work out perfectly. But I think Copenhagen Wolves certainly is a side that he can really, really step up. But looking at recent form, Belaney's come into this roster. He's played 5 maps and he's got a 1.32 rating across all of them. Okay, yes, small sample size. But look, Belaney, what a player. And I think definitely someone that I think the likes of Gen 1 are going to have to watch out for. Such a young talent, just 22 years of age. You know, the same can be said for the rest of this Copenhagen Wolves side. Everyone with kind of a real young budding, I guess, career, except for, I guess you could say, Jaquinho. But obviously with all of these teams, you need someone with a little bit more experience. You know, you think back to Jaquinho playing on Fnatic. Obviously he has had that time under Young Ninjas. So I think Jaquinho could be a real key piece to this squad, kind of just ensuring that he's able to kind of provide that second voice and provide that kind of experience that many of these teams do really, really need. But obviously, on the flip side, we have got Gen 1. And I think this is going to be an exciting one to who their 5th is, because we are expecting the Davidovec, the Drak, the Kersey, the Brooksy. But obviously, we've got Hipov as well. So I think I want to say this is Hipov's first game with this squad. I don't know whether it's a standing basis. I don't know whether it's a trial basis. I'm not too sure. But look, I think Hipov's a player that I believe he's currently on the depths. I'm not too sure. I'm not really too sure about that team. I think. Look, I think realistically, Gen 1 with these newer roster changes, it's the exact same that we're seeing on Copenhagen Wolves. So it's not as though, you know, these teams and these players are going to have a massive advantage. It's not as though you've got that kind of synergy that the others just praying and hoping for. So I think that's something that we really need to think about. It's interesting because I believe Jax is playing in the current game. Obviously with Gen 1 against Copenhagen Wolves. So maybe it's a thing of maybe Jax is unable to play. He's you know, maybe a scheduling conflict. He's just unable to play in this game. So I'm interested to see how that's going to affect him, because I feel like Jax not only is going to be a player with heaps and heaps and heaps of experience. Also, you know, look at the last couple months. Stats are looking pretty good. Obviously, though, we talk about stats all the time. We talk about win rates all the time. And I feel like the interesting part is still to come. The vetoes. So we'll jump straight into the vetoes now. I think something that is going to favour Copenhagen Wolves massively is the fact that Gen 1, we know that they didn't really love Vertigo. We know they didn't really like Mirage. And they also don't really love Train. So you're looking at it like that. There's many kind of bans that Gen 1 are going to try and steer clear of. And that's why we have seen Copenhagen Wolves decide to ban Inferno. It's Gen 1's strongest map. It's one of their most played. It's a map that Copenhagen Wolves aren't too confident on either. So it seems like throughout the whole of this veto, instead of Copenhagen Wolves going for their insta-ban, which is going to be Train, they're happy to just pick off Gen 1's best maps. You know, we might be expecting... well, I was going to say an Anubis ban, but Gen 1 has picked it, in fact. Train is still on the cards, to be fair. I'd love to see a bit of Train. I think it could be such an exciting game. But maybe not worth the risk. Maybe not worth kind of that decision. Obviously, the 3 remaining maps of Train, Dust, and Nuke. That is Train gone, so we could still see a Dust. We could still see a Nuke. Nuke's the right choice here for Gen 1. I said that, obviously, Copenhagen Wolves are going to be opting to kind of pick off their opponent's favoured maps. They haven't looked to do that with Nuke. And now we're going to see Nuke. Nuke's a really strong map for Gen 1 as well. So it's the fact they've got Anubis, which statistically they're better than Copenhagen Wolves. They've got the Nuke. And Ancient's a map that they play quite a lot of as well. So when you look at it like this, although the Inferno's gone here, Copenhagen Wolves probably should have been the one taking a gamble and banning Nuke as well, because then we would have been seeing a very possible game here for Copenhagen Wolves. But look, I think although Gen 1 have had a lot of success as of recent, I think the Copenhagen Wolves team, personally, I think they're a strong looking side. Interestingly, this is the exact same veto that obviously these two teams are currently playing one another at, which is interesting because you might have expected maybe a little bit of a change based on results, but it's clear that the coaches and management who would have been doing these vetoes right now would have been given kind of a set map veto, because obviously the players are in game right now. So I really don't know where to go and kind of what to say with these vetoes, because you look at that game, Copenhagen Wolves actually won Anubis, Gen 1 actually won Ancient. So I guess you could say these are fairly even when it comes to vetoes. So overall, yeah, I'd say, I don't know, I think it's going to come down to the individuals. I really think it does. I think a lot of these games really will, because you can have someone dropping, 25, 30 kills in regulation, and you see the game look so different to what you expect just based on those individuals. Obviously, though, as I've said, these two teams are currently playing one another in another event, so there is going to be a slight delay regarding the start time. Hopefully, it will be as quick as possible. Hopefully, we're not too delayed. But look, we are going to be jumping to a break before that match does commence.
Welcome back. Finally, it seems as though players are starting to join the server. Obviously, slight delays going into this first game of this series. But look, I'm excited for it. I still feel like Group D can be this heater of a group that we expect. And I guess we're going to find out here and now. Already, it has to be said, these players, there's going to be fatigue. There's going to be kind of a little bit of... just a bit of... anger, I guess you could say, a little bit annoyed. You know, these players have been playing one another already for about 3.5 hours time. They've got another 3 hours of it. The only difference though is we've got Hip Hop instead of Jax. Oh, Copenhagen Wolves, what a pistol round. Straight away it's Andu with 3. Just leaving Drac in the 1 versus 5. Talk about time to have a big moment, but Milani, lovely find there, takes down Drac. Copenhagen Wolves, they were the victors in this match earlier on. Could they be the victors once again? Obviously, Copenhagen Wolves, the map they faltered on was Ancient. They had a pretty poor CT side, it has to be said. Just attaining 4 rounds. So, hopefully for the Wolves, they can change their tune. They can have a bit of a better performance, but... big game here. Commencing game here in Group D. Very passive here from the Wolves. Gem 1. Creep their way down ramp. Milani, Andu holding. Shane here as well. Ooh, important kill. They've got it early. In doing so, we could see more, but they deal quite comfortably here with this ramp aggression. Jaquinho and Tapeware too far away to be able to retrieve one of those rifles. So, still 2 MAC-10s in play here for Copenhagen Wolves. I like it from Gen 1, though. You know, not opting to force. I think sometimes you'll see teams go for an unnecessary force, and it really be disastrous. So, I'm quite happy that we haven't seen that. They've opted for the eco in the last. Now they've got the rifles in play. Obviously, utility, a bit of a problem area here for Gen 1, but I'm sure it's not going to be the biggest of issues. Shane. Dropping the util for Tapeware. Obviously, we know Tapeware, a little bit more of a supportive player, a little bit more of a... less of a fragger, less of a star. More of the glue that holds this team together. He's been on this roster for quite some time now. Him and Shane, you can imagine they've got such great chemistry. You know, playing with one another for the same team for at least, what, 7-8 months now. Red control taken, Tapeware, great awareness. Davidovec will find 1, but Shane and Jaquinho aggressing to get 2, and it's all on Hipov. Here out of Donut. Regressing back to elbow. And now it's a decision for Hipov. He's going to make his way towards B. It's the right call, obviously, but no defuse kit currently. The closest kill is on the player at Shelf, and I think this is just going to be too difficult for Hipov. If there was a smoke, maybe you'd argue there's a chance, but exits are going to be the game plan. But it's excellent there. It's great there from Copenhagen Wolves. Not only is a mid-take work so well, when they're splitting through Red Room, they deal so effectively to find all 3 players there towards Red Room. And okay, yes, we see, I believe, Balani go down in middle, but Tapeware's so quick to get that trade, and that's absolutely excellent. It's exactly what you want to be showing on your own map selection. Copenhagen Wolves, though. 3 survivors. Finances are looking pretty stable. And that's something that Gen 1 can't be saying. Hipov, though, has got that saved M4. All loss bonus currently. We could see maybe an MP9 dropped, a couple Deagles. Keep the rest with strong finances. The real question I have to ask in this game is, look, when are we going to see the AWPs out? I feel like it's going to be such a big part of this game. And, you know, the real question is, it's going to be a nice 1v1, obviously between Kersey and Jaquinho. One of which I don't think many could predict who is going to be the victor. Nice from Andu, though. Great double. Dealing with the effective pushes here from Hipov and Drac, and now Davidovec in through the smoke. Going to spam with the 5-7. Excellent there from Davidovec. look to push through. Another smoke on the bomb site allows Davidovec to creep. Spots one in the corner. Davidovec, though, he's given up his position. Spam from Brooksy. Will eventually find Shane. It's a 2 versus 3 with a low HP Andu. This is very possible here. And the problem is, while these smokes have been down, they haven't got the bomb. They haven't got it planted, sorry. That's something that would really be making this round a struggle for Gen 1, but no bomb plant yet. Brooksy's just been able to isolate these fights, and I don't really know what the T's are doing. I have to say, Copenhagen Wolves, this is a monumental fumble. They've been looking for fights, they've been looking for kills while with AKs in hand. You should have got the bomb down the first time round. They're going to be flashing him in. Tap of the bomb now. Minimal time. They should realise both these players are towards CT. Steps have been heard now. Nice swing from Balani. Necessary kill. Balani's got to be the survivor of these two. Balani doesn't need to be the one to peek. They do double peek. Nice shot from Kersey. And there's a world. The fact Kersey finds Balani there straight away. A quick shot on a low HP. It could have happened. But it's a disappointing round from Copenhagen Wolves. It's a very poor performance, I have to say. You know, they're just fighting on the B-bomb site, allowing players like Brooksy to isolate. You see the kill he gets onto Shane, obviously finds one towards top ramp as well. It's disappointing. It's the type of play that you cannot be showing so early in a game. You know, the smokes are down, just get the bomb down. That's what really kind of creates the pressure that these Deagles are going to struggle to find. But Orbs in play for both Kersey and Jaquinho. Andu wants to push on out, wants to be that difference maker. Needed the smoke here, and oh, Andu! Andu deals the damage, Jaquinho gets the kill. And although it's a 1-for-1 trade, Kersey dropped down to 21 points of health. Take what? Nice position here, Brooksy. Looks as though he wants to fade this smoke. A high risk, high reward play. Could work out excellently, but Tapeware. Oh, Tapeware, it's all going to be on timing. They're sat next to each other. How has that gone so wrong? How has that gone so wrong for Tapeware? I don't really know what happened there. I would have loved to see his POV. Acceleration now from Shane. Shane's got to win this 1v1. He's got to find this kill onto Drac. He's in a good position. Steps will have been heard now. Drac. Problem is, Shane has got himself towards Temple. There is a flash on Jaquinho. Jaquinho doesn't need to peek. He doesn't need to fight. Shane can find them both. This is all going to be about timing. Davidovec is holding, though. Great from Davidovec. And they've got all of this information. Jaquinho, he unnecessarily stepped there. He gave all that information, all that intel away to the Gen 1 side. And now Jaquinho is just going to go for the save. First round on the board here from Gen 1. Well worked. It's great from Davidovec. But the fact that Brooksy, I don't know how Brooksy doesn't go down there for nothing. Tapeware's behind him, and he decides to glaive his and you know, fade his own smoke for reasons unknown. Tapeware can just wait it out, but takes an unnecessary risk, and that's what costs Gen 1, or cost Copenhagen Wolves, sorry. Investment will still be seen, though, for the Wolves, with Jaquinho saving the AWP, and rifles can be invested, but Balani and Andu are having a very, very good performance so far here on Ancient. A lot of spams in middle. Andu taking some control already at Shelf. Needed the smoke, and Andu will find Kersey. AWP falling. Andu's been excellent in middle. Been a real threat. Already, look at the positioning. Brooksy's in an excellent position. Oh, Brooksy gets 2. Davidovec gets the trade. And we have seen such errors here. It has to be said. The last 2 players, though, they are both in middle. Shane just needs to look. He's spotted them both. He's got all this information. Andu, he's going to fight into this now. Andu's peaked for no reason. Shane has got all that information, and Andu's just decided to swing. Again, it's big mistakes here. Copenhagen Wolves, it's such unnecessary errors. How are we able to see that kind of 2 for 3? It was a 1 for 3, actually. towards bottom ramp. It's just not on here. Copenhagen Wolves, we see the successes of Andu in middle, and obviously Andu gets another kill in the round, but it's the fact that it just all goes wrong towards ramp. Smoke here towards deep ramp. I really like this. Oh, the Molotov is an attempt to delay. Speaking of Molotovs, oh, Shane! Great awareness there. Hipov trying to push through the smoke, but Shane denies it. Copenhagen Wolves, they will still find the round after the fumble towards bottom ramp. But it's great from Andu. Prepared for Kersey there. You see this? It just should never be going 1 for 3. Shane's got all this information, then you see Andu. It looks like Andu wants to fight. He could just stay tucked. Many questions. But look, Copenhagen Wolves, they're 5-1 up. Right now, they're having a good performance regarding rounds, but there's some slight slip-ups. Ooh, jiggle from Hipov. Got his gun out. I think a Molotov would be the better option, but there we have it. I don't really know where those shots were. Was Jack? I don't know where Drac was shooting from, but who knows? 3 on 3, bomb to go down, molly for tapeware, no more utility. The donut control, though, is where things could get really tricky. Retrieve smoke there from Milani is excellent. It's just going to slow things down massively. Smoke, though, thrown to cut off sight lines from Temple, from bomb site. But it looks as though it's just a save for Gen 1. Keep these weapons alive, give them a chance in the next. It's the lack of defuse kit that kind of forces this call out from Gen 1. That's 6-1 scoreline now. Very, very impressive performance so far here from Copenhagen Wolves. Especially when you take into account the slip-ups, and it's unfortunate. In Gen 1, you look at the kills, you've got Hipov 2 and 6, Drac 1 and 6, Kazi with just 2 as well. It's not quite the performance needed from them. Nice find from Kersey, the save door working well so far. Andu finding Devinabek, though, might be a bit of a problem. Brooksy, though, rotating in, Shane confined. Still with Kersey, but Andu again. Andu is 12 and 5. A ridiculous performance so far here for Andu. One that not many can reproduce. Hipov now. Deep here towards the right-hand side, attempting to find a bit of a quick pick. But you're looking at the setup. We've got Shane already tucked in cave. Andu towards the right side of ramp. And Balani, he can go either way. The smoking cave will force him to go ramp. Evacuated the bomb site early on, though. Andu now, he's got the information. There's no need for him to fight. Hipov's got a smoke and a kit, but he's dropped them both on death. And Shane swinging through the smoke can find him. Andu, what a round, though. Again, I feel like it's Groundhog Day. Every round, I'm just saying, another great one from Andu. He's been excellent. You see the discipline there. He realizes, look, I'm probably not going to find him while fully blinded. Let's just wait. The flash is barely blinding me. Take my time, find the kill. It's just excellent from Andu. 13 and 6. There's a reason he was brought into this roster, and he's showing it throughout. 7-1 scoreline. As I mentioned, look, we saw a loss here for Copenhagen Wolves on Ancient against Gen 1 a couple hours ago. And it has to be said, one of the biggest reasons for that was their CT side so poor. So the fact that they've already got 7, and with the possibility of many, many more here on Ancient, I think right now, Copenhagen Wolves certainly in the driver's seat. Nice opener again here from Andu. Middle just is his domain. I think right now, for Gen 1, bolstering up the bomb sites has got to be the more effective play, because they're looking to try and take control with a couple players in middle. It's just Not really what's needed. Oh, great from Balani. He gets one. Jaquinho as well on the bomb site. And Jaquinho again gets himself his second. And Kersey, he was sat waiting for a late lurking middle, waiting for something to never arrive. And with the 1 versus 3, Kersey just has to back away and save. But Copenhagen Wolves already 8-1 scoreline. A far better look to what we expected. And obviously, Anubis, the map selection here of Gen 1, it's got to go their way. Because right now, I've very little belief that Gen 1 can come back here on Ancient, it has to be said. It's clear the fatigue, far felt here in the Gen 1 side. Half by around this save door. Fair few MP9s, a Deagle. It's got to be the AWP of Kersey as the operator, as the difference maker. Oh, boost come through, but shot missed. Unfortunate for Kersey. Won't have liberties like that later. Fairly easy shot, has to be said. And with the knowledge that the AWP was seen here and kind of heard towards B, the right decision's been made from Copenhagen Wolves. They're going to make their way here towards A. Tapeware and Balani, their job just keeping the AWP here as long as possible. Sending out some utility, forcing a bit of a fake. Flash up onto the bomb site. Balani looking to creep, looking to find, but it's Kersey's AWP that eliminates an unnecessary fight, it has to be said. Oh, Shane, he's got information of 2. Nice tap there to deal with Drac on the back of the bomb site. Shane now at range, tapping, but not finding. HE grenade. Ooh. Seems like it bounced backwards there. Would have assumed that lands on Hip Hop, but Jaquinho will be the one to take him out for this round. And it's Kersey again. Great final to Shane. 2v4, gone 2v3, but Shane, his death not in vain. It just takes enough time away for Tapeware to aggress. And a 1 versus 3 for Davidovec, who will just be saving 9-1 scoreline. Copenhagen Wolves. The victory in this fixture mere moments ago has spurred them on to success here on Ancient. Night and day look this Gen 1 side. It's unfortunate, but this is the reality of, obviously, the likes of Copenhagen Wolves. They are looking excellent. Drac. Searching for a pick here. Looking for something in middle. Knows that for there to be any difference, for there to be any chance, got to be hot form. Still a 5-on-5. We've had 40 seconds of play, a lot of utility dropped. Kersey, nice position here, but it's Andu. However advantage you might be on an angle, it's Andu. And I think that's the brilliance, that's the kind of the scare factor that this young individual does bring. Tapeware aggressing up ramp. He's in an excellent position now, already on the bomb site. He spots the player. There is still 2 in K. Brooksy now needs to help his teammate on the bomb site. Tapeware unaware. A great flank here from Hipov. This should be guaranteed to find Jaquinho. Andu, though, will get one. Takes down Brooksy. We've got a deep position here of Balani, but Andu again, second kill of the round. Eventually he's dealt with. Hipov joining his teammate in cave, and Balani and Shane now with a lot of work to do. Balani realizing a red room player is going to be the next point of contact. Flashbang coming out here, but Shane gets one. Shane on another, and it's all up to Drac. A 1 versus 2, but Balani deals with him effectively. And Copenhagen Wolves, what a round, what a clutch, what a moment. Again, though, it starts with Andu. He's the one that gives them that slight chance in the round. Shane. Aggressing out mid, usually Andu's role. Balani aggressing here towards A main. 10-1 is the scoreline, and I'm not expecting that single digit to be the one to change. Hipov, they know about him, great from Tapeware. Jaquinho will drop the AWP across. Kersey tucked away here towards Temple, and Tapeware can find 4 versus 2 for the 11th round here for the Wolves. A disgraceful performance, it has to be said. Gen 1, they bested Copenhagen Wolves on this map mere moments ago. They were victorious in a 13-11 fashion. Copenhagen Wolves, it looks like they're already going to get their 11, and there it is. In the last series, it took 24 rounds of play on Ancient for Gen 1 to be victorious, yet we've only seen half of that. We've seen 12, and Copenhagen Wolves are already at 11. Quite possibly the strongest and most one-sided game I've seen on Ancient in many, many years. But it's Andu, it's Balani, everyone really having their moments. You take Tapeware, a player who's a little bit quieter, usually. You look at the entries there. Obviously gets one towards A main, posts up on the AWP. It's absolutely excellent. It seems like everything that this team touches turns to gold. But you look at Andu, 17-7. A ridiculous scoreline. A ridiculous KD and a ridiculous player. It is going to be this play here through the B-bomb side. Jaquinho, he's got Julies surely to be found, and Jaquinho's got to go huge, got to go nuclear. He will get one, but the flash comes through, blinding many. Tapeware gets one. Balani aware that Kersey's still tucked away, and what a pistol round, what a setup. It's all a bait and switch. It's all kind of a decision to force these players through, but Davidovec, okay, 1 versus 4, all headshots, but Balani shuts it down. Devastating for Davidovec. That was his moment. But it means not. Absolutely nothing. But it's Tapeware's flash. It's Balani's double. And even as Tapeware's running to help his teammate out, you just see him find one so sneakily, so cheekily towards ramp. Unfortunately, Balani rips the chance away. But it's a 12-1 scoreline. A ridiculous scoreline here. One of which we very rarely get to see. And this is it, Gen 1. Best of luck. Ancient might be over before it even begins. And as I said, they're going to head to Anubis with a real negative mindset. Brooksy, though, is in a nice position. Balani, though, is in a better one. Tapeware finds Davidovec, and Tapeware puts this game to bed. A double kill from Tapeware to end it all. And Copenhagen Wolves, speaking of ending it all, it's a 13-1 scoreline. What in the world is this? We just saw probably the closest series between these two teams that many would expect. You just have to look back, you know, a couple hours ago. It was 16-13, 13-11, 13-10. I guess this is just what happens when Copenhagen Wolves are fully warmed up. They've got 3 maps under their belt today, and they're feeling very, very hot and heavy. So, just what a game. Andu, incredible. Balani as well, really, really good. Everyone had their moments there. for the likes of Copenhagen Wolves, and that's what happens when the team are on such hot form, kind of can just have that ridiculous scoreline. Andy, before those final rounds, he had a 140 ADR stat, which is just ridiculous. Not really much he can do. Obviously, though, a ridiculous performance, a very, very one-sided game from the likes of Copenhagen Wolves, and I think that's what we expected from them on their map pick in the last series. After it was so close, I think we all thought this game would be a coin flip. We all thought this one would go the distance, but right now, if Copenhagen Wolves can provide that kind of service and provide that ability on Anubis as well, I think Gen 1 are really, really going to struggle. But obviously, I speak of Anubis, that is the map selection of Gen 1, and we will see it unfold in a matter of moments, but beforehand, we will be jumping to a break. Welcome back, everyone. We are going to be heading into the action in a matter of moments. But speaking of a matter of moments, that's how long it felt map 1 lasted. A 13-1 scoreline, obviously, for Copenhagen Wolves. A crazy result. And I think a lot of that can be attributed, obviously, to the likes of Andu. Obviously, Bilani played really well. Shane played really well. You look at a player like Tapeware. He went 7-7. He gets a double kill in the last round of the game. He got that double entry as well. And then there's so many positives to look at that Copenhagen Wolves first map. And I think when we look at a map that they're going to be heading to, Anubis, it's a map that, okay, yes, it's maybe a bit of a close one. We're expecting a bit more of a better performance here. But even still, you look at the win rates, you look at the maps played, this should only ever go the way of Gen 1. They've got 19 maps played in the last 3 months on this with a 58% win rate, opposed to the 3 maps played that Copenhagen Wolves have on Anubis. The difference is, Copenhagen Wolves, the only win they've got in the last 3 months on Anubis was against Gen 1. It was about an hour and a half ago. So I think Copenhagen Wolves are going to be feeling very confident. It's clear that their newer roster changes have been absolutely vital for their success. And I think right now it would be very, very difficult to side against Copenhagen Wolves, especially after the performance of Ancient. Look, it's Anubis. It could be one in which Gen 1 can take, but I'm not feeling very confident. I feel like this isn't going to be one of those 3 map thrillers. I think this has got to end in 2. It'd be very, very difficult to see this go to a 3rd, just based on the fact that Copenhagen Wolves are playing so well at the moment. I think something else that we've got to talk about, obviously, Gen 1 might have played this normally with Jax, but we know that Jax was playing for NIP yesterday, so I think, or today, sorry. So obviously Gen 1 are playing with Hip-Hop, so I don't know whether that's something that's, whether Jax is standing, whether Jax isn't part of the main roster. I'm not really too sure about the whole situation overall, but look, I think even with that having an effect, I think, is it a difference in 12 rounds? Is it a difference in you losing a game 13-1 and you winning it 13-11? It can't be, right? You know, you can't just say, oh, well, you know, we had Jax in that first series, now we don't have him. You know, I think you can't really use that as an excuse. But no excuses can be made for Gen 1 now. It is do or die. Everything on the line here. Obviously, if they do lose this game, they will be waiting to find out the loser of the Whopper Rebels game, and that's who they'll be playing in the losers match. Obviously, a big game. Pistol round here. Copenhagen Wolves deciding to start on the T side. Nice molly into camera. Simple plant here. Oh, they're planting the kind of the fishtail. Back at the bomb site, kind of planting it for everything. Tapeware, nice find. Bilani as well chiming in. McKersey and Brooksy, important kills. Bilani attempting repositioning as well. He gets to heaven. He's cleared it out. He's realized, okay, well, there's 2 towards camera. The last is probably a main. And they've got that information. Davidovec going loud. Shane's, in fact, shown his hand for unnecessary reasons. There's no need for the T's to fight here. They've got the bomb on their side. And as it begins to tick, Davidovec, he knows he's got to play aggressive. He knows he's got to play on the front foot, but Shane can find him. With Bilani and Shane, big pistol rounds, 2 kills apiece. And Copenhagen Wolves, they start how they finished on Ancient. A victory. And they certainly are looking to continue. But a monumental match we've got on our hands. Obviously, the next game being Whopper versus Rebels. Hopefully we won't see as as dominant of maps there, but who knows. I love this. Straight away, Copenhagen Wolves are a little bit slow initially. They take that control in middle and then just straight out of that into the A bomb site. Simple bomb plant. Nothing fancy. Obviously, as I said, Gen 1, they're opting for that eco once again. Don't really want to risk a force. I back it. I think sometimes you'll see teams opt for a force when there's just no real fruit to it. There's no real benefit. But look, right now, Copenhagen Wolves, It's an impressive one. I think the only problem I have with their investment is there's too many SMGs. Granted, they're going to make some money with them, but it just means against the full buy, against the 5 rifles that we can expect from Gen 1, there's going to be 3 SMGs in play. But I think there is a certain strategy that can work so well when wielding these SMGs, and it's the double mollies towards mid and door, the drop down into canals, and a crunch onto the B-bomb site. And just based off the spawns alone of these MAC-10s, I would love for them to go for it. It couldn't really be a better time than now. Just the one Molotov as well on Kersey could be somewhat problematic. Let's see what they opt for. Here the mollies come through. They are just aggressing mid. Tapeware and Jaquinho so quick there to deal with Brooksy. We have seen a player already drop into water. And in doing so, they're pretty sure it's going to be this A play. But Copenhagen Wolves, they've got the man advantage. They don't really need to force anything now. And with the minimal utility that Gen 1 have, I think it's got to be a late re-aggress to middle. We're seeing it already from Hip-Hop. It seems like he's having a little bit of a look towards camera. Davidovec somewhat worried. A bit of a gamble here from Gen 1 towards B, but they've still got no information. They've got no utility either. Just the Molotov, just the nade. This is where they've got to re-aggress as a unit. They've got to try and find a pick back into this game, but realistically, I can't see it happening. Right now, Gen 1 very static here, and in doing so, it's just going to allow Copenhagen Wolves to win this one. So simply. Smoke towards Temple. They cross into A. No one waiting for them. I don't think there really could be an easier round for Copenhagen Wolves. And the aggression in middle pans out perfectly. Brooks, he didn't really stand a chance. The save here from Gen 1's pretty good at least. Gives them a chance in the next round. It's not as though they're kind of throwing everything into it. But look, Gen 1, the fact that they're so static, the fact that they are just... I don't want to say disciplined, because realistically, it's not as though they were holding on to utility. It's not as though they had good positions. It was a real kind of waste of potential in this round, because they've got the rifle advantage. We could have had, 2 players come from Temple. We could have had Hip-Hop kind of creeping through camera, and them just shift clearing middle. And okay, yes, there's resistance. There was, 2-3 players from Copenhagen Wolves holding for that mid push. But otherwise, Gen 1, you're just sitting and waiting and kind of praying that they come towards you. But when you're disadvantaged, it's never really going to go that way. So, look, I think Gen 1, right now, we saw first map performance, 13-1. Already we're seeing similar signs. And hopefully for Gen 1, it is just a slight slip. And we can see that kind of performance that we expect, the performance that we hope. But Andu, you look at how well he played on Ancient. 136 ADR, 18 and 9, Belani not too far behind. Still though, with 2 players falling for Copenhagen Wolves, they've been able to upgrade those 3 MAC-10s to 2 M4s. Investment has been seen from Gen 1. Again though, we know Anubis, the CT side is a classic info game. And right now, Gen 1, okay, yes, they've got Hip-Hop deep towards A main, but right now he's got no utility. To get himself out of there is an impossibility. He's got a teammate in Drac, but in doing so, they give up all this mid control. We are now seeing a flash come through towards B main. But Drac, he's got to go huge here. He's got to find at least 2. Andu, though, offers himself up. The MAC-10 of Tapeware attempting. Oh, the MAC-10 of Tapeware finding! You see Jaquinho fall there, but he deals enough damage to allow Tapeware. Belani, the operating factor here. Belani's in the flank. We don't actually need to see these players get themselves out onto the A bomb site, because Belani, he's just going to shift himself through. Kersey now somewhat worried about a flank. Belani is in the back lines, but through camera. This is such an awkward round, because all players are expecting a late lurk, expecting a flank, but it's not come through. And right now, Copenhagen Wolves are the ones trying to identify where these final 3 players are coming from. I like the proactive nature here of their post-plant positions, and once this utility's come out from A main, they'll have a really good understanding. But Kersey, if he wins this fight against Tapeware, it becomes really difficult. But Tapeware, what a round. He's found 3 so far, but no defuse kit, no time. Copenhagen Wolves find their 4th. Again, Copenhagen Wolves continue, and it's Tapeware. the least expected hero here on the Copenhagen Wolves side. A player that very rarely has these types of performances. He's 8-1. And it's exactly what I said in the pre-show. Look, you can have an idea of where the game's going to go. A good idea of, you know, okay, well, map 1 might be close just based on recent results. Map 2 should be, you know, maybe a 13-8, 13-9. But all of those kind of predicted stats and expected outcomes get thrown out the window when a player like Tapeware, someone who's usually towards the bottom of the pack regarding this Copenhagen Wolves side, has a game like this. And it's something that Gen 1 can never account for. Never whatsoever. But Chiquinho on the big green Kersey as well, wielding. Hiphop going to try and take some space. With the smoke drop deep towards A main there, Hiphop, I don't think he wants to take that risk. It's one that might cause a bit of disaster. Chiquinho, I don't really know why he's peeking into that. Devedek is systematically spraying through the smoke, and for some reason Chiquinho thinks that it's a good idea to peek into it, but Brooksy spots out Tapeware. Andu now attempting the trade. The nade will find him. Great from Andu, he gets one. The Orb of Kersey found. Aware there's a player on the back of the bomb side, Devedek. He's got to get one before going down, but although we see those early kills from Gen 1, man advantage back the way of the Wolves. And they've got enough utility to hold off. They've got another smoke as well that's just been dropped. Nade coming through. A fair bit of damage onto Shane, but not enough. And still, Hiphop, he's slowly creeping his way towards B main. Emphasis on the slow nature, the slow approach, because the bomb's already halfway ticked. This is not the way in which Gen 1 need to be playing this, because Drax can be so far out of the action. Hiphop's taking it far too slow. There's only about 10 seconds left. Hiphop, he's got to get the kills, get the defuse off. I don't really know. Oh, Drax has picked up a kit, but there's still no time. Another good round from Copenhagen Wolves. And they're continuing the streak of success. But you just look at how that retake's played. You see Hiphop taking it so slow through the flanks, but sometimes you've got to take that risk and, you know, make the steps, because the bomb's already been planted and he's just emerging out of middle. He doesn't really have those kind of 15-20 seconds to shift the whole way through, because it's not like Drax getting aggressive. It's not like Drax taking attention away or finding kills. He's opting for the same passive approach, and it seemed like both of the Gen 1 players wanted to play it kind of smart and systematic and very slow, but in doing so, neither one of them could offer anything in that clutch. Nice from Chiquinho, though. I believe he spotted out Devedek, so yeah, he's got a good idea here. Devedek, his time is numbered, but he will steal a kill away beforehand, but Villani, a double kill to deny any chance on the mid-aggression, and Gen 1, surely another round lost, unless if the unarmored Kersey with just a D can win this 1v4. Would be the round to remember, but showing his hand without a kill, not the way to start it, and the Wolves continue. And quite rightly in this series, you understand why this team are called the Wolves, because not only are they operating with this pack mentality, but they are ruthless. Gen 1, you'd assume by now they'd be the ones taking the tactical pauses, but in fact it's the Wolves to talk tactics. Ensuring not to fumble it, and quite rightly. You know, they're 6-0 up here. Map 1 was so dominant. For them to potentially fumble, it would be a troublesome result. So I like the slower approach. I like the fact that the Wolves are playing with a level of discipline here. You know, even though you're winning, even though you're on a bit of a streak, you can still optimize these pauses nicely. No need to neglect them. Obviously, though, both these teams in the recent game on Anubis that they faced one another about 2-3 hours ago, it was a 9-3 scoreline for both teams. T side, it was a CT side that was somewhat lacking. And obviously, Copenhagen Wolves took it in no T, but still. Gen 1, we've got to see a little bit more of a response right now. You're looking at the kills. Only 11 kills in total across the 5 players here for Gen 1. Tapeware's nearly on 11 himself. Andu taking a big risk. He's going to be aware that Brooksy's close. The spam comes through. Andu, not a single bullet of damage taken. Kersey's found by Shane. Devinovec again with work to do on the B-bomb site. He's been spotted to pillar and Tapeware eliminates. And this continual success that the Wolves are having towards B, even with Gen 1 playing 3 players there, is the devastating factor. Jaquinho's disconnected. Drac has spotted one there. It's Drac and Hip-Hop again in this clutch. But they're not going to give it a go. They are just going to opt for the save, and that leaves 7 for the Wolves. And Gen 1, at what moment, at what point are they going to have to start going for these types of rounds? Obviously, neither having a kit, but sometimes you've kind of got to take that risk. There's still 3B defenders. We saw 2 close towards E-Box. I don't really know how Andu's able to get a kill there without taking any damage. Obviously, does go down, does get eventually traded, but still, we need to be seeing a better performance from Gen 1 on these B-site holds. They've got a triple B setup. It's unjustified. You know, we need to be seeing a bit more. Finally, a tactical pause called here from Gen 1. 7 rounds down, 5 more to play. Somehow Gen 1 are able to achieve all 5. I think that'll be a crazy response, but it's clear that the Gen 1 side are a little bit out of steam. You know, as I said, they've played a best of 3 already today against Copenhagen Wolves. One of which that did go the distance. You know, it starts off 16-13, 13-11, 13-10. You know, plenty of rounds seen between these two sides. But it's just clear that the kind of the young squad of Copenhagen Wolves able to kind of deal with the, I guess, the longer game days. You know, you've got players like Davidovec, 30 years old, Drac, 26. Kersey, I believe their youngest being 23. The average age of the Copenhagen Wolves is far younger, so maybe it's an energy thing, I don't know, but nice find from Jaquinho, deals with Hip-Hop, and Andu quick to pounce, and Drac falls, and Shane now, he's hungry, he spots a player there. Brooksy slows by, and Brooksy deals a fair bit of damage. Shane takes him down before falling, but again, you know, with 30 seconds into a round, already it's a 4 versus 2. Already we're seeing the Wolves surely finding their 8th. And it's a very different look. It really is. And at what point do we say, look, Wolves, it really struggled. Oh, the Wolves have struggled. Gen 1 have struggled. It's an important kill from Kersey there. He's able to upgrade as well to the AK. The molly's a little too deep. Great find from Tapeware. Tapeware's on a new level in this one. 11-2. Again, though, we're seeing the kill in middle. We're seeing him push into camera. We should be seeing a rotation from Davidovec for a good 15 seconds. It was obvious to Gen 1 that it was going to be this A play, but the rotations have been so poor time and time again. We've just seen players maybe deep in mid towards double doors or kind of pushing through A main when already we've seen so much action towards B. It's so obviously going to be that B play. So right now, I think Gen 1, not only is the firepower lacking in this game, but also it's clear that the communication, the decision-making is just definitely not what it once was. And you have to imagine that fatigue could be a factor of that. But 8-0 start. You know, this is not the performance that we'd expect from many sides. You know, Copenhagen Wolves, they did have that 6-0 start on Anubis against Gen 1 earlier today. Surpassed that with 8 before losing a round, and they might continue. But yeah, I've been really impressed with Tapeware. He's a player that a lot of the time, he does a lot of the supportive roles. And right now, he's feeling good, he's looking good. 0.98 rating in the last 3 months. Right now, I'm sure probably got a rating above 2. He's 11-2. A ridiculous performance so far. And this is the problem. We've got a player like Tateware stepping up massively. Balani's 5-1. Shane 7-4. Balani, I say 5-1. He's made it 7 with a double kill in middle. But the trading, the spacing is so poor here. Balani continues. This is just... It's a disappointing watch, I have to say. I was ready for the replay to be an exciting one, to have that kind of it factor and really prove to be one of the games to remember here in the play-in stage. But Balani and Shane have had a good round so far. Tateware's now hunting, searching for Brooksy. It's a 9th found from Copenhagen Wolves. Oh, Brooksy's got to be getting that one. But this is very poor. And right now, look, Gen 1, this is the type of performance that they cannot be showing in their games to come here in the close qualifier. Otherwise, I think it's safe to say they will be going out. I think Whopper and Rebels right now, they're feeling quite comfortable, regardless of whether they win or lose in the next best of 3. If they're facing this level of Gen 1, they're probably going to make it through anyway. Not to sound too insensitive, but look, Gen 1, this isn't the standard that you need to be playing at. We've got to see a far stronger performance, but Davidovec and Hipov, great finds early on here. The aggression is excellent in middle. Space is going to be taken here towards the A-bomb site. And a lot of pressure now on the likes of Kersey. He's got to find these picks. That's the bomb dropping. Chiquinho on the York. Brooksy's going to find Andu. First round on the board for Gen 1. And it's the aggressive nature in middle that really works well for them. And as we said, you know, this is a map that is so dominated and so vital regarding, obviously, information, yet it's exactly what's happened. You know, the information play in middle, the aggression, the teamwork's finally panned out because they've gone for it. It seems like throughout the rest of this CT side, Gen 1 have just opted for a very passive approach. The first time they look to get up in the faces of their opponents, they find success. Nice fight from Chiquinho, though. Deals with the aggression of Brooksy. Copenhagen Wolves, they want to win both of these maps in a 13-1 fashion. And right now, I'm a believer. Nice from Shane, so quick there, Davidovec. Attempting, but falling. And looking foolish. Shane. Great double there towards B. Although Kersey gets a pick in middle, so much more needed to be done. Hip-hop falling. Chiquinho would have been spotted with the bomb, and he's going to send a smoke out to kind of create some more pressure for Kersey. He's got to take a bit of a gamble. Steps are going to be heard here. I don't really know what the game plan is. Shane is already here towards the B bomb site, and we'll just drop the smoke, so the bomb can go down, but it's got to be given a go here now for Kersey. You can't just give double-digit rounds to Copenhagen Wolves, especially with the knowledge that Andu and Shane are both low. This is confirmed damage. Time ticking. No smoke grenade here on Kersey. And a dead body not close enough to retrieve one. Smoke fades. Missed shot. And with that, the fact he's given up his position and not got that kill, he will just look for the save. Shane hunting. The T's hungry. They've got the finances to do so. Andu, the only player who isn't pushing. Oh, tag comes through. Kersey now. Will fall to Shane. Triple in this one. But a ridiculous performance so far. 10-1. Gen 1. I guess there's a reason it's in their name, describing how many rounds they're going to get on these maps in the series, because it doesn't look like there's anything else for them. What a comeback it would be, but we've got two gimmick weapons here, the XM, and we've got ourselves a P90, a weapon that is a real rarity at this level. Shane's going to try and prove why it needs a bit of a return. P90 shut down instantly. Tapeware though with a great trade. Orb on the back of the bomb site dealt with. Brooksy found. There is a secondary orb in Kersey. They've opted for a double orb approach, assuming that that would be the difference maker, but certainly not. Oh, Tapeware, the timing is excellent. Tapeware, surely not again. He's found 3 kills in this round. Can't make it a 4th. Hipov will take him down. Right now, Kersey still holding the backline, still holding, waiting for an overextending flank for a late lurk, but never to come. Defuse kit, not currently in play, not currently needed either, because they're not going to get onto the bomb site. Copenhagen Wolves, 11-1 once again. A pistol round to dictate the series. For what seems the most dominant game, the most dominant series of Counter-Strike I've ever witnessed. 2 rounds is all that's been found so far for Gen 1. Not the performance you'd hope for, not the performance you kind of want to be displaying when this is your first time back in the CCT. Obviously, there's been a bit of time off. We had the Christmas and New Year's period where there's a fair bit of roster mania. We've seen loads of roster changes as of recent. Kind of the changes nearly every team has undergone. What a call from the Wolves. We've got the Julies in A. They're going to be flashing. And Jaquinho and Andu in pole position. Oh, Jaquinho continues. Andu finds another. And it's on Andu to close it out. 12-1 now. Not only have the Wolves got the ability, they've got the read. And they've got the kills in the feed. This is just looking like just a ridiculous performance. Anticipating one of the closest games in the play-in stage has become possibly the most one-sided that CCT has ever seen. And of course, we have the investment. It's Mac 10s, it's Tech 9s. And right now, Gen 1, they're waiting for the aggression. They're waiting for Copenhagen Wolves to misstep. But the read, again, is excellent. Look, they're going to wait for us to push in. We've got rifles. We don't have much util. Let's let them be the ones to make the mistake. And that's why we've got this triple B, double A setup. Because they know that a site execute isn't going to have the success that Gen 1 would hope for. They haven't got the util to back it. Flashbang going to be coming through towards camera. Now they accelerate. Oh, it is just across the temple, in fact. And Shane's going to get this information. Kersey still sitting around here. The swing's nice from Kersey. Tapeware will get one, though, towards Pillar. Shane in an excellent position. Drac hoping for 2, and he will get them both. There is a player so close by him, Mulaney. Nice fight. Andu rotating through CT. Kersey's got to find this kill. Kersey will go down, though. Both Balani and Andu very low. It's all on Drac. He's got 2 kills so far, and he can get another 2. He knows that Andu is such low HP. Drac's somewhat certain that Andu will be coming from this side. A game of whether it's Temple or CT. Andu, 2 HP. Drac, he's heard the steps now. He's got a Mac 10. And Drac will find it. Second round is secured here. They salvage something, but it's already over in the minds of everyone in the server, in the minds of everyone watching at home. Copenhagen Wolves, they've already got the victory here. Not a matter of if, but a matter of when. And with 10 opportunities, they can take their sweet time, but the low loss bonus, we will just see a force. Copenhagen Wolves. Surely this cannot be the one. The round in which they have had the least expectations for victory. Surely this can't be the one that they are successful upon. But Brooksy, nice find there. Balani behind the smoke. Waiting for an overextension. Waiting for someone to make the mistake. And if Gen 1 progress, they go into the stack. And although there's weak weaponry and no utility, this is something that Gen 1 can't afford to do. This is not the best of game plans, but they've not had a late lurk in middle. They've kind of not no control, and it's going to be on Jaquinho. If Jaquinho can create enough presence, if he can find himself a kill, then, well, he's been taken down straight away. But if he could have got a kill there, there's a real chance. Andu, though, back at the bomb site. Second with the 5-7. He's got the orb in hand now. Missed shots here. But Andu again with the 5-7. He gets a triple there from Platt. He puts Tapeware, the hero of Anubis, in the 1 versus 1. Devonovec retrieved orb. Tapeware's been spotted now. Back at the bomb site. But they've spotted each other. The teammates have communicated it. Devonovec, though, can find again. A 1 versus 2, a 4K for Devonovec. It was Drak getting 4 in the last. It's Devonovec getting 4 in this one. But it's 5-7s, it's the Eagles. It's weaponry that should never be providing this level of success. But it's a triple from Andu. And this is, again, not the performance that you need to be showing from Gen 1. How is Andu able to get 3 there? The first start, you kind of have to forgive. You know, because he's never going to be expecting that. But number 2 and 3 should never be happening. Oh, but it's going to be this fast A play. Again, the Wolves, they read Gen 1 like a book. And the swing's going to come through. Although they got the right read, they're never going to find the kills. Potentially a better idea to stick back and wait for Gen 1s to be the players to push in. But now an investment to be seen from the Wolves. This is where we expect victory to be found. Round number 17 could be the final one here for Gen 1. I think when we saw the delayed start regarding this series, I think many expected this evening to have its twists and turns, to have its kind of long drawn out games, but oh, the collab from Kersey! Expecting Shane to find that kill, but disappointment has been met here for Copenhagen Wolves. They both opted to the swing, they both looked to find Kersey, and in doing so, they offer up a collateral. It's the third collat that I've seen in 4 matches. Devonovec holding in middle. It seems as though Copenhagen Wolves are taking this just really slow in the attempt to maybe force Gen 1 to assume that this is going to just be the save. Oh, Andu on the flank though can find Kersey. This is where things become really terrifying. Flashbang over the top. He's received a Molotov as well. He's got a smoke. They can just drop... Well, it doesn't matter. Look at the HP. This can be impossible. Tapeware. He's got the freest 2 kills of his life. He can just back away. And there it is. Game over. No swing from Devonovec. He just assumes it's a fake or maybe that it's a 10-second stick. But that is it. 13-1 map 1. 13-4 map 2. Gen 1. Welcome back to the CCT. Not as easy as you might have thought. Because that is a dominant result from the Wolves. Clearly warmed up from their victory earlier on. And look, Copenhagen Wolves, if they can continue this level of performance throughout the play-in stage, throughout the Swiss stage, I think we can expect big things from them. Look, recent roster changes. I mentioned Andu's been so key for this team. You know, he's been on the side for a couple months now. But Lani and Jaquinho have been absolutely excellent. And right now, I feel like not many teams are going to want to be drawing the Wolves. Not many teams are going to want to be facing them because what a performance that was. Obviously, though, there are still more matches to be seen here in the CCT this evening as we have got ourselves that fourth and final game of Whopper versus the Rebels, another Danish side. And look, I'm going to be excited for it. I feel like Gen 1 maybe just ran out of gas in the tank. People could be saying that, oh, well, Jax isn't playing on this roster. He's not playing with the 5, so maybe that's the reason why. Look, you don't bring a game to many overtimes as close as possible, and the second you lose one player, you lose 13-1, 13-4. That cannot be the only reason as to why. As I mentioned before, though, we have got another game here in Group D to finish off this evening, being Whopper versus the Rebels. But you've got about an hour. You've got some time. Maybe grab yourself a snack, grab yourself a drink, and look, in about an hour's time, we'll get back into that action. But beforehand, we will be going to a break. Hello, welcome back. We are going to be heading into the action in this final game of today, obviously being Whopper versus Rebels. An exciting finish here to Group D. Obviously, after this game, we will have already concluded all of the games here throughout Group A, Group B, and obviously Group C. Don't know why I went in different order, who knows, maybe I'm losing it. But look, I'm excited for today's games. Obviously, if you are only just tuning in now, and it's your first time here at the CCT, we can give you a little bit of a tournament format of how things go. Obviously, we start things off with the play-ins, or the close qualifiers, however you like to say them. We got the group stage, or the Swiss stage, as it's a Swiss format. No other word for playoffs, we're just going with that. Maybe finals, who knows? But yeah, look, we're already getting pretty deep into it in the play-ins, nearly at the group stage, and obviously those all-important playoffs, you know, within 2 weeks' time, we are going to be at that playoff point. So an exciting set of games to be seen. Obviously, we can bring up the Group A, Group B, Group C, and obviously this final group of Group D. So to give you kind of a fresh look of how things have gone, Fireflux besting Fluffy Gangsters 2-0. I feel like the Fireflux game against Alaska was a good one as well. I mean, I'm excited for the Jano-Alaska game as well. That's going to be on the 18th, so in a couple of days' time. For Group B as well, we saw some pretty decent results. I feel like nothing all too out of the ordinary. I feel like the only one that maybe people would be a bit unexpecting of is the fact that we did see that kind of eyeballers win against BC Game. I feel like BC Game played really, really well against Anonymous. But look, we've got that Cyberstroke BC Game as well on the 18th. Obviously, Group C, we've seen some of those games today with Endpoint besting Big Equipa today. And obviously, we did see that 2-0 for NIP against AMKAL. So, look, the games today have been pretty good. I'm excited to see how this final one does play out, with it being Rebels versus Whopper. And look, let's get straight into it. Let's bring up the rosters. We can kick things off with Whopper, the Danish side here. They're a strong-looking team. I feel like they've been playing together for quite some time now. It has been, at least 4 months for the whole side. So I think synergy is going to be favoured for Whopper. I feel like you look at players like Leaks, like Slime. They have been so key when it comes to individual ability. Obviously, Slime on the big green having really big moments. And Leaks on the rifle, obviously very key for this side. And I feel like something that will really help Slime is, okay, yes, 18 years of age, he's still a young player. He's played for Sprout. He's played at Sashi as well. I know that was only for, I want to say, a month or so, but Slime's got a decent experience at a top level, and still to be so young, I feel like he is always going to bring that level of excitement. On the flip side, though, we will have a little bit of a look, obviously, at the other side in Rebels, the Polish side of Rebels. And look, their most recent additions of Sobol and Tomiko. I feel like Tomiko's a player that we would have seen in the CCT for quite some time. Obviously playing under Permitter for quite a while. Obviously had that time under 9 in between his times in Permitter. I feel like we've seen Tomiko, kind of his usual team has been Permitter, but he's had stints at ITB, he had stints at 9, obviously 9 Academy. Now here at Rebels, I feel like this could be the place for Tomiko to really shine, because he's such a talented individual. I feel like he's just yet to find his home, and I think maybe Rebels could be the one for him. But when it comes to individual ability, I think it has to be said, I think a lot of these players, when it comes to recent form, it's not been perfect. I feel like Sobol, obviously we've seen a few maps, we've seen a few games, but it's not really kind of consistency, and that's something that we always need to talk about. So on the face of it, I think right now Whopper in a good position. They've got their key players clearly fragging, just based on their kind of stats alone. They've got better synergy. It's clear that they've kind of formed the identity of this team now. And I think the Whopper side can really look good today. I think the only issue they have is, okay, yes, Leaks and Slime, they are these two high-octane players, and they will provide the frags time and time again. But if one of them goes missing, it can become quite tough. But hopefully we don't see anything like that. But obviously a dictating factor for this series will be the vetoes. And it's going to be an interesting one, because both these teams steer clear of Dust. Both these teams kind of steering clear of Train. So I wonder who's going to be the team to kind of, flex their muscles and show, look, we're not going to ban our insta-bans. And right now, it's looking though it's Rebels. Rebels, okay, yeah, they don't play much Inferno either. It seems like there's 3 maps that Rebels are a little bit worried to play, being Dust, Inferno, and Train. Look, if we could see any of those maps picked here for Whopper, they could have a really good chance. But obviously, as I said, Dust and Train aren't maps that Whopper are too confident in either. So we do see the train ban. Still yet to see a game of train myself on the cast here in the CCT. I'm hoping for that day to come very soon because I really miss train, and you know, I wanna get back on the mic for it. Anubis is the first pick. Definitely going to be favouring Whopper. You just look at sample size, you look at win rate. I think right now, current form, we're going to be talking about Whopper every day of the week. They're looking far, far better. You just have to look at the last 3 months' statistics. You know, they've got a 55% win rate in all their games in the last 3 months, in comparison to the Rebels' 23.5. And obviously, we know that they've undergone roster changes, and they've made some kind of they made some roster changes, as I said, but I think we need a little bit more consistency from this Rebels side. And don't get me wrong, the CCT could be the place for them to find it, where they are playing a lot more officials. They are getting plenty more game time, and they're having that time and that chance, really, to formulate as a roster. But that's something that they are going to have to do. That's something that they're going to have to do quite quickly, because I think a team like Whopper, who are so well drilled, that's where it's not going to be an easy opponent. Obviously, it's not do or die. If they lose this game, they will be able to face off against Gen 1 in the losers game, and then obviously have another match to play in the decider. But Mirage gone, Dust 2 banned, finishing things off with Ancient. We've got the Anubis, we've got the Nuke, we've got the Ancient. Obviously, these were the 3 maps that we were projected to see in the last series, obviously with the Gen 1 and the Wolves game, but never got to Nuke. As I said, it was a 13-1 Copenhagen Wolves on Ancient. It was a 13-4 Copenhagen Wolves on Anubis. I'm hoping we see something a little bit more competitive, because I have to say, as one of the most one-sided games that I think we've ever seen here in the CCT. So, look, for both these teams, let's keep things competitive. Let's make things exciting, because I think we have got a great final match here for this evening. And then, obviously, we kick things off tomorrow morning with the elimination games, which is where things do get a little bit scary. It's where you don't have that kind of familiarity and the ability to lose a game and, okay, well, it's not the end of the world. We still have that second chance. But look, right now, I think both these teams, with it being their first time back in the CCT for quite some time, you know, you've got to look back. Last time that we saw Whopper, it was in the Season 15 close qualifier, of which they didn't get through. Obviously, they played in the Series 10 close qualifier, which they didn't make it through. The last time they were in the Swiss stage was Series 6, and that's quite some time ago now. So I think Whopper, this is kind of their attempt to return. Same kind of can be said for Rebels. I think this is the first time that we're seeing them in the CCT. So look, for your first game, let's make it a banger. Let's make it a good one, because you really do need to perform here in the close qualifier. It's not as though it's the Swiss stage where you kind of have a couple chances and it's not the end of the world. You know, you can still falter here and there. This is a big moment. This really is a big moment. But here we have it. Anubis underway. As said, big match here. And look, a lot of the time I'm quite hazardous and a little bit timid regarding predictions, but I'm going to be bold today. I think Whopper 2-0. I think Whopper, the recent form they're on, the fact they've got that synergistical kind of advantage, I think it's something that can just be so vital. But let's see if that synergy really is going to be that difference maker. As said, this isn't the best map regarding statistics here for the likes of Rebels, which kind of begs the question why they've picked it. Obviously, they're just picking off confidence, maybe picking off recent form. You know, you look at Whopper, the last couple of games they played on Anubis have both been losses, so that could be a reason as to why as well. But Prime, getting aggressive here towards middle, and Prime will find Kissarak, and it's going to be this A play. But Whopper, they found a pick beforehand, the flashes, they do come through, they spotted out Vesper, and Sobol aggressing, close to stairs, he will be able to get 2. Oh, Sobol unaccounted for. Vesta will find Tomoko before the bomb goes down. Vesta out in the open, and Vesta so quick to find. Vesta with a 4K. A great A-bomb site defense there, not only denying the initial attempt to plant, but swinging out and finding so many more. After we see this double from Sobol, to me, that's the round over, but Vesta, a great argument as to why. Whopper are victorious there. Excellent performance there. And Whopper, certainly the start they wanted. Wall spy coming through from Rebels. There was no bomb plant. There was a couple kills, but I don't love the idea of this. I think you can kind of just throw away a couple rounds for this. I think a lot of the time, we have seen a round restart. Pretty sure they have to invest in the same weaponry. But even still, yeah, I think an investment here can be so risky, just on the basis that if you full eco, you're going to get a full buy. You know, the loss bonus just allows for it. But I think the difference is we know that the CT side is just a little bit more expensive regarding utility, regarding the necessity for a diffuse kit. Obviously, the weapons generally a little bit more expensive. You know, both rifles and SMGs, you know, $200 more when you compare the MP9, Mac 10, M4, AK. So yeah, I think right now the force here from the Rebels is a little bit unnecessary. It's clear they've got a game plan. It's clear that they kind of know what they want to achieve with these weaker weapons, but I think if it goes against them, they're giving away an extra round quite unnecessarily. But who knows, right? I think there's definitely the idea of this force and what it can gain. Although technical issues continuing, hopefully it's something that we can sort out soon. You know, we spoke about delays in the last game. Hopefully we won't see as many here in this one, but it seems like there's still a lack of investment from Rebels, and it still seems as though we're not going to be getting the go-ahead anytime soon. So I think what we will do, we'll jump to a break, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll be back in the action very shortly. Headed back into the action now. Timer going back in. Whopper was a nice pistol from them to remind everyone at home. Investment seen now from Rebels, and a question of, are they going to yield the victory here? They've got Tech 9s, they've got a P250. It's a high risk, high reward call. Aggression through middle here. A lot of space taken. Molly and smoke is all that was needed. Oh, the spam's excellent. We've got this double heaven set up. Oh, a great find from Tomiko and Flay. Slime going to be rotating in. Oh, 2 players dropping into the bomb site. He gets a freebie on the first. A search for the bomb plant denial, but Slime actually takes his time. I really like this from Slime. Sobol going to fall. We will see the round go the way of Whopper. The bomb plant's good for Rebels. At least they have that, but it's great from Slime. Great discipline there. So start. It's going to be Tech 9's invested once again, but it's not the full buy. It's not the full force. Slime on the AWP already, and that's such a terrifying factor to think about. The big green in hand so early doors. You know, we talk about AWP sometimes slowing up, sometimes having a bit of a slow start to games, just on the basis that they can't get the weapon out as quick as they'd like. And there it is, Slime on the score sheet, the second the big green in hand, and they're going to look to swarm. I love it, a great decision, but Slime will be able to find one before going down, and now the hunt to retrieve the AWP. Kisarek has retrieved, but hefty nade, and Vesta will find, and Slime gonna have the AWP in there next as well. Whopper, 3 rounds up against Rebels here. It's Rebels map pick, but certainly not looking that way so far. Obviously, we know that Anubis, very T-sided, a lot of teams favouring it, but Whopper, they had the chances to pick the siding, and they were just happy to pick the CT. And I think it's on the basis that a lot of the time Whopper, they do start their games on the CT side, and I think sometimes it just comes at a point of just, I guess, how they should play. They realise, look, the games that we win are ones that we start on the CT side. The ones that we lose are the games we maybe start on the T side. But speaking of the T side, excellent here from Rebels. Although it's a 3-0 start for Whopper, the first round that Rebels have got weaponry in hand, they've been very dominant. Still a lot of discipline seen here from Rebels. They've got time to work with. There's no need for them to throw this round away. I'm liking the setup here, though, from Whopper. Still a double E box, and if Rebels decide to hit towards B, it's so strong, and obviously if they look to go through A, they're going to have to cross through carpet instead of going stairs, but we are going to be seeing maybe a bit of an overextension here from Innocent. Might lose his life to the AWP of Slide. Tomiko slowly creeping here. Vesta's got to find this kill. Vesta completely unaware. Why would he be ready here for Tomiko? Tomiko spotted. He spots them both. Tomiko will get one. And now they got that information, but Innocent's creeping closer. Could lose his life here. Swing comes through. We'll see one, but Flay quick on the AWP there. Second kill found. First round as well. Finance is not perfect here for Whopper, but Vesta could drop over an AWP. I think that might be a necessary decision, but it just seems so easy. Rebels, they deal with this B aggression so comfortably. Like the discipline there from Tomiko as well. Takes his time, making sure that he, has the chance to get both of them there. Obviously it doesn't pan out, but he at least gets one. fine from Sobol. Vesta not quiet whatsoever, aggressing through A main. Flay once again, he's posted up here towards B, and Flay's able to get this kill so comfortably. Leaks. Big kill there though. Really, really important. Leaks. Saw the aggression towards B main work well, and now he's looking for this push here through canals. We would have heard these steps. Leaks is in an excellent position here now. A little bit worried about middle, and quite rightly, but we're going to see this gamble. Already we've seen the rotation come through. Prime just needs to keep himself alive. The problem is, there are 2 mollies. First one's come over. Second one coming through as well. Prime fully blinded. Great flash there, Prime. He can get 2. He can keep himself alive now. There's no molly to work with. There's a flank from Leaks. Prime just needs to live. He just needs to keep himself here for as long as possible. And Slime gets the kill with the AWP. Flay will find, but the flank is still coming through. What a round there from Whopper. So well played. The flash from Slime is excellent. It sets up Prime perfectly. And then he knows, look, I can just sit here. I've got protection. I've got my teammate in Slime posted up from bricks. They cannot peek me from the left-hand side. Okay, yes, they can find me if they push up left and find with the AWP, but we're going to have a flank from Leaks. He's going to be the round-winning kind of player. Excellent there from Whopper. Absolutely incredible. Flay. Early peek in middle. Pride. That's such an unnecessary peek. An unnecessary fight. You see him drop the util and then he jiggles back for more. I don't really see the reasoning for it. He's dropping a smoke towards middle as well. You know, the benefits not seen whatsoever. And Flay again on the AWP. Flay's been excellent so far this game. Flay's 7 and 4. Smoke landing. Reposition seen. But Flay again. Flay looking to continue. He's been chipped away at by the AWP. A reposition attempt here now from Slime, but Tomoko deals with him excellently, and it's all on Vesta, but Kisarek finds him. We see the excellence of Whopper in the mid-round, but it seems that early game is where they really struggle. You know, it's unnecessary aggression towards B main, getting caught out. We see this jiggle again. He's throwing the nade. I just don't see the benefit. Just wait for the smoke to bloom so the AWP can't find you, but it's Flay again. He's looked absolutely incredible. Just spots a slight kind of pixel of his head, and bang. Lovely from Flay. And this is something that Rebels do have. They have got ability. It's the synergy that they're lacking, but the way in which we're seeing Whopper play is not really instilling too much confidence. It seems so simple. A lot of utility here towards the B-bomb site. No smoke towards main could be a problem. We've got the AWP of Flay posted up, and that'll be a simple shot. Leaks falling. Tapping through the smoke as well. And Flay not taking any chances. He drops the smoke. Sobol now aggressing. Sobol. Oh, that's a great find onto Slime. Noffy actually finds Kisarek as well in the process. Gonna be about timing here. We have got an aggressive push here coming through from Vesta. He's looking for the flank. This is where Prime... He's playing in middle, but he gains nothing here. If there was players in mid, he would have seen them already. And obviously, if they were still towards top mid, Noffy would have found them. Oh, Sobol. Sobol is so ready, but Vesta still finds a 3-on-3 now. A real possibility. And I like the idea of this double play here through B main. It's something that really could catch him out. Noffy needs to live, though. I don't really know why he's fighting so heavily. Allow the two teammates that are pushing to kind of have that surprise factor. Prime, though, will get the kill, and it's all on a low HP Innocent. This is confirmed damage as well. He's playing from deep CT. This is something that Prime might not even check. He might not even realise. It is planted, I believe, for him. Maybe not. Not planted for him, but still winning the round. Lovely stuff there from Innocent. Rebels, they lose a lot of players in the process there, but it was the full investment. It was the full buy. It was the force. And we should be seeing a 4-4 now. But again, it begs the question, Noffy, there's no need for him to peek because we've got this double play through middle. You see him aggressing, you see him fighting, and in doing so, once that kill comes through, it kind of guarantees the round for Rebels. Although we see a nice double from Prime, it's still going to be quite comfortable for Rebels because there's just so many unknowns. No defuse kit either. I think Noffy just needs to play passively there. Eco here, Rebels should have a simple route to level up the game. Easier said than done though. Smoke in middle. Ryan will find, in fact. Tomoko sending the HE grenade. It was a MAC 10, so not the biggest of problems losing a MAC 10. I think if it were an AK, we'd kind of have some questions. Swing from CT. Oh, nice from Vesta. This is a 5-on-3 now. Innocent could get overwhelmed. He's down to 34 points of health. He's just got to hold mouse 1 and hope. Slime does find the kill. It's a 2-on-2. There's an AWP in play. Unnecessary swing from Leaks. What's the shoulder? Nice fight. And now he backs away. Slime now in the 1v1. Oh, he spotted out Sobol. Nade coming through, which he needs to back away. He's got no armor. One bullet is all it takes. A body shot onto Slime, a headshot onto Sobol. And Slime not quick enough. Sobol will fight. But again, it's a round that plenty of casualties are seen here for Rebels. And the finances now put under a little bit of scrutiny. Not the easiest now. Rebels, if they lose, finances are very, very awkward. Whopper, though, they've got another investment, another chance to prove. But it's interesting that on these ecos, on these half buys, they're dealing so much damage, they're doing so much work, yet on the full buys, it's where they look a little bit shoddy. Sobol is somewhat trapped. Vesta, how has he been taken down there? Prime, an important kill. He evades death twice. He's done so much damage, but it matters not. The push here coming through. This could be so costly for Noffy. He's been spotted. Flay keeping his teammate alive. Sly is rotating into camera, and that's why we're seeing this acceleration through canals. But Rebels, they look far better. They've warmed into this game now. Dotted across the map to try and take this weapon away. Kisarek. Such an awkward angle for Slime to fight. But Flay, 11 and 6. He's looking excellent so far. Obviously, Vesta on 11 kills as well. The problem is, Noffy, 2 and 7. Needs to have a better game. He's got a... it's the decision-making that seems to be catching off currently, though. Nice fight from Leaks. The shot connecting. Problem is, he's lost a couple players beforehand, but Leaks again. Leaks is a player that we can expect so much of. And rounds like this is where he can seemingly thrive. Just moments where he seems so disadvantaged, moments where he seems completely out of it. Just has that magic about him. Vesta now in a difficult scenario, and I like the fact he's disengaged, waiting for his teammates on the flank. Leak's now gone silent. I understand as to why, but the problem is they don't have enough time. Yeah, great decision. Not opting to just stay shifted the whole time. Oh, I like it from Leaks. He does go down, but it's the idea that the opponent holding will turn their back, kind of peeking with the flash. It is that high risk, but doesn't work. Slime is able to save the AWP, which is a big, big plus. I get hunted here, but he's posting up. Ready and waiting. Jumps across his one. They have spotted him. Slime now surely just needs to back away. Taking the gamble. I respect it, but Slime will have an AWP. Finances are good enough for him to drop if need be, to prime, get full utility all across the board. Might just keep his money high as well, but Rebels' necessary comeback had to be done. Otherwise, you know, we'd be talking about how Whoppers had a good CT side and obviously maybe the T side. So, look, I think right now it's a close game. It's a good one. I think it certainly has that essence of being maybe a 13-11, maybe a kind of an overtime possibility. Great from Flay, though. Absolutely excellent. Searching for that opener with the AWP. A real rarity. Tomoko with a great find. Slime trapped on the bomb site. And that's the B defenses ripped apart. Rebels, the second they've had the guns in play, they've looked the better side. Just going to be safe. Not expecting anything else. Innocent denies it though. Can just be so tough. You know, games like this, ones that, you know, start so positively. Obviously, it's a pistol round, and it's one of which, you know, you can just see teams who put so much weight and so much kind of focus into winning the pistol rounds, obviously, because you kind of do get that 2 for the price of 1. But it has to be said, look, Rebels, a great idea of what they want to achieve on their T side, and look, the individuals are looking good, but Flay's been excellent. AWP in hand, and I think we talk about how the AWPs on the T side can sometimes struggle. Flay has had no issue. Such a flashy AWPer, trying to get up in the face and kind of create that real difficulty. Speaking of aggression, though, we see it from Kisarek. Deep towards house there. Nice find, though. Slime with an important pick. He searches for another, does get it, and Flay ready at doors to find Ganofi. Again, though, it just, time and time again, you're just seeing Flay finding these picks where they've taken control in middle. Slime's got himself a double. They've got the advantage, yet we're just seeing Noffy peek there for no reason. And I think in doing so, it allows for this 3-on-3. Nice from Leagues, jumping around. A cheeky way to get advantage back. Just swings out of connector. They've got a great idea that Flay's going to be progressing here through Temple. Obviously, last seen in mid. Shotgun AWPing, that kind of approach. Going to send the Molotov and kind of guarantees his position, but Leaks will find. And it's not the worst kind of end there for Whopper, but it has to be said, the fact that Whopper were very, very favoured here, I think we all expected a little bit more. Seven to 5 though, not bad, decent result. I think. Obviously, when you take into account that they won the pistol, obviously a force buy came through, they won that too. Then the eco, they were 3-0 up. And I think when you're 3-0 up and you only get 5 rounds in total with the remaining 9 you've got to work with, it isn't really what you want to be seeing. But look, Whopper, they've they can take the pistol, if they can find it and, you know, get themselves an advantage. Speaking of an advantage, Leaks, he's so quick here. Flay, though, with a double. We have got still 2 players in middle, ready and waiting, and the CT pistol, it will go their way again, unless if Prime can deny, but saying that, Prime gets the dink onto Kisserek. Sobol, if found, it becomes very difficult. Ooh, Sobol is found through the smoke. Prime gets a lucky break there, and now it's all on Kisserek. 1 body shot is all it takes. The re-smoke coming through now. Yeah, this is a tough pistol round to see go the way of Whopper if it does, just on the basis that they were so heavily advantaged. We saw Flay get that double. We saw, I believe it was Innocent, find another. But Prime, he's got himself a triple. He's so worried about a potential push. If Kisserek keeps progressing here and goes through B main, I'd absolutely love it. I think it'd be such a cheeky way to catch out Prime. Obviously, though, Kisserek's got to hit this instant headshot because Prime's pretty much full HP. Kisserek could be further from the truth. 11 HP. Oh, it's all about a look. It's all about whether Prime will spot him. Kisserek's going to be progressing through A main. This could be something that Prime's thinking of. It's going to go towards A. Kisserek. He plants for main. Kisserek could deny. Oh, it's all going to be about time here. Oh, we've seen him out in the open, but there is no instant headshot. Prime now deciding, and Prime will find a 1 versus 3 there on the pistol. But it goes so wrong. Rebels, 3 versus 1. We see this double here from Flay. Yeah, this is a tough watch. The find there onto Sobol. But I don't know why Sobol's shooting through the smoke. Why is he trying to find the pick there? They've got the man advantage. Just play a shoulder-to-shoulder attempt, but in doing so, they give Whopper 6. Not the start the Rebels needed on their T side, especially with it being their map selection. Just the USPs in middle. Same approach to the pistol, but against the rifles and the MAC-10 in this one. Very slow approach from Whopper. Quite rightly. Worried about potential force, aggression, whether it's an eco. It's a smart play here. Flash lined up from Innocent, though. Looks as though he's going to send his team in, but the Molotov. Molotov might make things a little bit interesting, but Prime gets 4. Leaks able to get that 5th, steals away the ace, but you're looking at the kills. Slime's on 11, same with Vesta, same with Leaks, Prime with 15. Novi's on 2 kills. He's got 9 less kills than the second bottom on his team. Everyone's having a good game for Whopper, apart from Novi, and look, it's not the worst of outcomes. I think a lot of the time as well, you know, we don't really see Novi having the best of games, but you got to imagine, maybe if he was, you know, 6 and 11, 8 and 11, this game would be so much more one-sided than it is. But Flay, he's got the AWP in hand. He's opted for the glass cannon. Will it be firing a shot across the bow, or will it shatter? I don't mind this double A setup. I think it can work really, really well. Sobol got a smoke in hand. It is going to be this A play. And I think the real worry is if they flash off A main, if they send the flash in and Flay decides to shoot, that's when he's trapped. He's stuck to pillar. They've got Molotovs. They've got HE grenades. He's got no armor. But it doesn't seem as though they're going to flash their way in. And there it is. Flay will get 1. Molly on the back of the bomb site. Flashbang's coming over. There's so much utility, but where are the players? Where is these entries? We're seeing Sobol playing close to the smoke. There's no flash close A main. There's nothing. It's all to deal with players rotating in, but you've got to deal with the one on the bomb site first. It's disappointing from Whopper. You have to ask, why is there no flash to try and get Flay off the angle? The secondary question is, why is there no flash close towards A main? It's disappointing. They try and go through a smoke. They had a minute to work with that. But Whopper, they just throw the round away. But look, Rebels, okay, yeah, they have a bit of a fumble on the pistol, but I think Whopper, that's a major mistake to make that in round number 15. Rebels, they do take it. Flay continuing. Flay with 17 kills currently. He's looked exceptional on the AWP, and I think the CT side is where he's only going to be getting better. I mean, the real problem is whether Flay can have that impact on the CT side. I think, obviously, on the T side, that's where you can set the tempo, you can look for the peaks, and there's always going to be someone there. Whereas, if Whopper can read into where Flay's playing, I think that's where they might have a bit of a chance to still take things here on Rebels' map pick. But they've got to steer clear of the big green. They cannot be gravitating towards it, because that's where they will be in a world of hurt. Investment seen here from Whopper. Sobol jiggling. Oh, he's been spotted. We'll just drop the Molotov and back away. Util coming through. Vesta. Seems like Vesta wants to be a bit of a lurk here towards A. But it's going to be a split. They're deciding to split through A main and middle. But Kisrek finding that kill there onto Leaks creates some problems now, because I think they wanted to crunch together, but now it's a 3-1 split. Things get really awkward. We are seeing Prime looking to aggress. He's so fast to try and deal with these players. Prime actually now is the one that's trapped. Flay holding the angle, Prime swinging, but Flay can find. So easy here. Now Noffy has to deal with the player on the back of the bomb site. Flay again, though. It's so simple. And he drops the bomb. Noffy not realizing he's the one with the bomb on his back. 1 versus 4, sorry, for Vesta. All swinging at once, and Tomoko will find. Again, though, it's unnecessary fighting there from Whopper. We see it early on there from the player in Canals. Goes down. Same can be said there. Prime pushing through Temple. But Flay, again, able to isolate, able to find these picks so comfortably. 20 kills now within the 16 rounds that he's played. But Rebels, it's a great start. It's an absolutely exceptional start here to their game. And I think a victory here on Anubis, it shows positive signs for their chances on Nuke. Although Nuke's not been the best of maps for them percentage-wise, the way in which they played here on Anubis has been really, really good. And obviously we know that Nuke can be a map that can really be dominated by an AWP. If Flay can continue, I'd be very scared if I were Whopper. Flay gets one. Nice trade there from Leaks to take down Innocent. Kisarek rotating in. The HE grenade does so much. It's Sobol. Although he just gets the 1 kill, he deals the damage for 3. Rebels, first team to achieve double digits in map number 1. Only 3 rounds away from their opponents, 3 rounds away from victory. Whopper, a big chance, a big moment, a loss here. Should allow Rebels to secure 12, and with 5 opportunities to close out the game, it'd be safe to say that Rebels sail into map 2 with their selection achieved. Opening duels, though, have been excellent for Rebels. It seems like time and time again they've been the victors, and once again, Innocent will find Prime. Heaviest hitter here for Whopper falling already, and Flays towards B. So quick he can find Noffy. 3 and 15 is Noffy. This just isn't the game that you need to be portraying this kind of performance. It's not the time to fall so flat, especially with the fact that ability on Rebels has been excellent. Okay, yes, there's a large difference between Rebels number 1 and number 2, in Flay having 22 kills and Sobol having 12, but it doesn't really matter. Sometimes it is about your weakest link. The problem is they've got the weakest link and they don't have the strongest outlet either. Both on the side here of Rebels, but Slime, AWP in hand. Little look towards middle. Smoke going to be fading here in Connector. A 3-on-5. Not going to be easy, but at least there's no utility remaining on these B defenders. Juggle comes through from Tomoko. Has been spotted now. Great find from Leaks. 3-on-4 now. Kisarek just needs to keep himself alive. Needs to stay hidden. Molly going to come through on the back of the bomb site. Kisarek will get one. Trade from Vesta's quick enough, though. A rotation is going to come through, but Flay still holding here towards towards main, sorry, on the basis that we see Whopper love for these splits, but Sobol finds Slime, Investor's now trapped, 1v3 for Vesta, but Flay finds his second of the round, his 23rd of the map, and Rebels gain 11. And you're looking at the finances, it's going to have to be a half buy for Whopper, but do Whopper even think that they can get themselves 5 rounds in a row? Because I think that's what the half buy would kind of guarantee. It would give Rebels their 12th. So right now, I really think Whopper might actually have to force. Not a nice scenario to be in, but it's one of their own making. Vesta aggressing here with a Deeg in hand. It is this half buy, as I was somewhat hesitant about. Half buy can be so costly. Oh no, either they've gambled for that mid aggression and they have found leaks. Bomb plant here would be excellent. I don't know why Nuffy's not just punching in the digits. This would be a perfect time to plant. But now they've realised it. We can see a rotation. Sobol, he will be able to find a couple kills now, but they found 2 kills before the bomb's even gone down. Prime and Nuffy combined, though. These are big kills. Prime retrieves an AK. Not going to be the easiest 1 versus 2, especially with the HE grenade chipping him away. Oh, I like the nade and swing combo, but Tomoko still finds. But yeah, Whopper, they get the bomb site so early on. They've shifted in. I think you just go for the stick of the bomb. I think it really would create some chaos and confusion, but again, Rebels find another 5 rounds in a row needed for Whopper just to take it to overtime. But Rebels, the way in which they're playing, and especially Flay, it doesn't seem like they're going to be silenced here. And Whopper, they will head to Nuke with a very limited confidence, because you've got to take into account Whopper. They won 3 rounds off the back of the pistol round on the CT side. They won 2 rounds off the back of the pistol round on the T side. 5 of their 7 only attributed to the pistol round. So you're looking at the gun rounds, you're looking at the success there. It has all gone the way of Rebels, but a nice flash from Slime, sending Prime in to find Innocent. Vesta takes down Sobol. A missed shot from Flay, a real rarity. Instant reposition here from Flay. Back of the A bomb site now. A flashy moment can be seen here from Flay. It's going to be needed. Tomoko will get 1. Flay, quick shot there to deal with the A main aggression. Flay again. Nuffy and Vesta, though, will deal with him. A 2-on-2 now. Whopper have to win this one. They've got to win this clutch, otherwise Anubis is over. Nuffy goes down. Prime from heaven, but Tomoko's triple takes Anubis here for Rebels. And Tomoko not realising you don't need to save the old fella. There's nothing to be saved into the next round, because the next round you've got is the pistol round on Nuke. Anubis is over. Whopper, they show good signs initially. You see that start, you see the kind of the 4-1 scoreline. But the fact that 5 of their 7 only from the pistol rounds, you know, a quarter of the rounds played, in fact, on the whole of Anubis were kind of pistol round conversions and successes. And the fact that all of them went the way of Whopper really evaluates that Rebel far favoured here. You know, if you look at the pistol rounds going the other way, we're seeing maybe a 13-2 scoreline, and that's something that's going to be very scary for Whopper, especially on the basis that Whopper, statistically, they were the favoured team there on Anubis. You know, they've got a 56% win rate. They've got far higher games played in comparison to Rebels. And look, Rebels made them look silly. Rebels look really good there, and I think as they head to Nuke, a player like Flay, if he can bring that confidence across, things could look really scary. But obviously, I mentioned Nuke. We are going to be seeing unfolding in about 10-15 minutes, but before, we will go to a break. Look, I have to say it was an impressive performance from Rebels. I think when you take into account the fact that Whopper, look, they're a team that potentially, you know, when it comes to stats, they should look better on Anubis. When it comes to synergy, they play together with one another longer. I think a lot of this we're going to be looking at and saying, look, Whopper, they've got some really, really decent pieces, yet it just wasn't really performing so well. And talking of a player who was performing, obviously Flay, a crazy game on the big green, a 1.85 rating. Look, absolutely exceptional. I think a lot of what we can say here about this Rebels side is it's a team of great individuals. They can have these big moments. It seemed like a lot of what Rebels were opting for on their T side, it's not as though it was kind of crazy creative or kind of had so many different layers to what they wanted to achieve. It's fairly simple, but you know, keep it simple, stupid. You know, that's why it's a turn of phrase. You know, keep it simple. There is no need to overcomplicate your T side when realistically just go back to basics, especially when you're kind of getting a new form team together. As I mentioned, look, that was Sobol and Tomoko's first HLTV game on this roster. Sobol and Tomoko played very well. Sobol with a 1.24 rating, Tomoko with a 1.12. Look, I think it's a really, really key performance from the likes of Rebels. And as we move on to the second map on Nuke, okay, yes, statistically, it's not the best of maps for Rebels. It's not the worst of maps for Whopper. It is one of their strongest. But at the same point, so was Anubis. You know, stats mean very little here, especially when there's been a recent roster change for Rebels, and especially when a player like Flay is performing to that high standard. So I think right now, in the 10-15 minutes that Whopper have had to kind of mentally reset and potentially change their tune, I think they would have had to have a really, really good team talk to try and kind of bring themselves back into it. Because, okay, yeah, Prime had a good game. Prime played really, really well. He had a 107 ADR. He somehow surpassed Flay's ADR, which is ridiculous. But it's the fact that Nofi went 5 and 17. Everyone else on the team, apart from Prime, was negative in the KD department. And I think it's something that we can't really be seeing from Whopper if they want to perform here. But look, Nuke underway, selection of Whopper, success needs to be seen. Otherwise, we won't be heading to Ancient. And Whopper, obviously, will be going down, obviously, to face the likes of Gen 1. As I said, though, Rebels, the way in which they played was excellent there on Anubis, and mainly down to the man on your screen, Flay. What a game he had. It is going to be this aggression here, but Flay reads into it so well, finds Vesta, and now Tomoko rotating up ramp. Tomoko finds Prime, Innocent takes down Leaks. The CTs, they've looked excellent in this one. Rotation from Tomoko is perfect as well. Great find. Slime in a 1v5. Will get his first. Heard the drop down their vent. Slime just tucked away behind the double door, waiting for an overextension, but Slime goes down to Tomoko. Great round there from Tomoko. Lovely triple there with the Julies and Rebels. What a start here on the CT side of Nuke. Obviously, you know, we know Nuke, one of the most CT-sided maps in the pool. I wonder if it's actually gonna take the charge as being the most CT-sided map, because obviously we've got Train, and okay, yeah, on HLTV in the last month or so, there's only been 8 games of Train been played, but it does claim the most CT-sided map as expected. Obviously, Train, historically a map that was very, very CT-sided. You know, you look back a couple years, you're playing a game of Train, you win 3 rounds on the T side and you're ecstatic. So, that's certainly something to think about. Kisarek, though, nice opener. Searching for more here since the deep nade. Nade won't find anything, but the bullets will. Kisarek, 3 found it with the MP9. Tomoko takes down Prime. I like the double flank. I like the idea of it. It works out really, really nicely here. And in fact, Kisarek could just drop an AWP over to Flay. That's exactly what happens. I'm loving what this team is doing here. Rebels, they're getting Flay on the AWP as soon as possible. And I think we all know why. What a game from Flay on Anubis. And now for a map that's a little bit more AWP-centric, a map that can't really be tailored for the big green, this is where Rebels have the time to shine. But a slight halt here, as we do have some slight technical issues once again. But look, as I said, and as I will always say, it's online CS. We have to expect some technical issues. Without them, would it really be CS? Would it really be the game that we all love so much? So, look, hopefully these tech issues do come to a close in a moment's notice, but while we wait, you know, I think we have to really show and really evaluate what Whopper are going to do on this T side, because I think Whopper's T side on Anubis seemed a little bit interesting. I think a lot of the time they were looking for unnecessary coin flip kills, and I think with that, because the Rebels are so strong in individuals, I think you can't really allow yourself for those coin flip kills. Obviously, we know Nuke's a map where rotations have to be so key, communication has to be so key, and look, I think a lot of that is going to come where the team that have been playing together longer are going to have it well drilled, are going to have it kind of in a position where, look, they've been playing together longer. They know what they want to achieve. They know what kind of order of the rotations. It's going to be, well, it's going to be so well drilled. So that's something that Whopper do have, but obviously we're not going to see that until we get to their T side. So, or their CT side, sorry. I think right now, if Rebels can get themselves maybe 8-9 rounds, things could be really scary. Seems though there are some murmurings in the chat, so potentially we will be back underway in a moment's notice. But Rebels, important start here if they want to close things out 2-0. Very important start. I say that, disconnect again. I think we are going to be having similar technical issues as to what we saw earlier on Anubis. So look, hopefully we do get back into the action very shortly, but in the meantime we will be jumping to a break. Back into the action we go. Delays and internet issues are now fixed. So, back into things. But Rebels, it was a big pistol. Obviously against the Eco, they were victorious. But now, it is a real game. This is where it all begins. Just a set of outside smokes of which the T's are somewhat hesitant. Oh, Innocent taps through and spots out Noffy again. Noffy, he had a really, really tough time, obviously, on the likes of Anubis, and things are continuing. Already, though, we're going to play it down towards lower. In Tomoko. Tomoko will get one and can back away, which is ridiculous. The fact there's no trade there is insane. But Vesta, an important kill in lobby, will find Kisarek. Tomoko's in a good position, and obviously we have got Flay already rotating down. We have heard the break of the vent. So what we could see is a bit of a reposition for these two players, but they are doubling up in control. Not a bad position here. Tomoko. He's ready. Leaks. Oh, it's all going to be about timing on Leaks. Peek. Oh, shoulder spotted. Both players about half. Great find from Tomoko. Got the AK in hand now. We are seeing the maneuver down to ramp here from Vesta. Tomoko always crossed. Oh, the timing couldn't be worse for Slime. Tomoko's clearing. Slime needs to be prepared that this could be an option. He's not cleared secret. Tomoko, oh, we will find. Slime goes down. Vesta aware of his position. No need for Flay to fight. They've got time on their side. Great from Vesta, though. He gets one. The beginning of the 1v4. The fact he's taken so long here. The chance is slowly slipping. Needed to find Flay there. And Vesta might attempt to save, but Innocent ready and waiting. Three 3-0 though. Rebels. A good continuance here, and Tomoko 7-1. Obviously, we spoke about the brilliance of a player like Flay. Couple missed shots there, but who cares? Tomoko, he's having a heater of the game, and if it continues, we could be seeing a similar scoreline, a similar kind of game plan here that Rebels show. You know, just let a player like Tomoko have that freedom, have that kind of clinical ability. 3 HE grenades thrown there towards May. No real damage dealt from them. But the Deeg of Noffy, great find there. Leaks as well finding Sobol. Leaks doubling down. The drop down from Main is excellent from Leaks. Just the amount of presence and pressure shown there from Whopper towards Secret, towards Squeaky is really what magnifies and allows the flank coming through there. Excellent stuff. Leaks. A great double. You see, it's just because of Noffy's firing off, and Leaks looks as though he just very quick there. No one holding main, no one prepared whatsoever. And Whopper, they get their first round, and in possibly the most unexpected of ways, weaponry in play once again for Rebels. Not perfect though, utility also a problematic factor. They've got a FAMAS and MP9. The orb once again on Flay though. Weaponry couldn't be much better though for Whopper, on the basis that they were victorious in a round that they seemed very much out of. Timing here for Innocent. Ooh, Noffy so close to falling. Prime in a great position here. Ooh, Prime's been spotted, but obviously he's gained some vital information as well. Innocent now. The smoke's going to fade, and oh, he's able to cross. They've got info, there's at least 2 players down now. Orvis holding. Tomoko now needs to be very cautious about the time of which this door opens. Worst case scenario here. Yeah, Tomoko, he's trapped. It's going to be so difficult. But is the bomb carrier falling? Sobol as well gets one. Leaks finding Flay those key. It's vital. Man advantage now. Bomb's been retrieved and the rotations are slow. Slime with a simple shot onto Sobol. I have to say, I don't really know why Tomoko is playing behind those boxes. I think it'd be far better for him to get on top of rafters. He did have the time to do so, but he just gambles playing tucked, and it obviously doesn't work out. Whopper. Great successes here on the T side. definitely what they need. 100%. I think we saw a bit of a drop-off from Whopper there on Anubis, and I think many would have been worried we'd see some remnants of a continuance, and I think if we did, that's where things look very, very scary for this Whopper roster, but necessary victories in the last two. It's all about whether they can continue, though. The save weapon here. Some hopes for Innocent to do some of the heavy lifting. Again, though, at what point are we going to see, are we going to realise that outside Smoke's head down to B is Whopper's game plan? You know, we need to see a little bit more consistency. We need to see a little bit more, I don't want to say intelligence here, but it seems like Rebels, these smokes come down towards outside, they try and spam through it, but they're always so late to get a player down secret. And that's the biggest of issues. Great damage dealt here from Nuffy. Innocent and Sobol been chipped away so heavily here. Who's coming through? Elevating Innocent back up to the heavens. Vesta. Vesta a little bit quick there. Vesta's able to escape though. Scurries away. 1 HP. Let's be cautious. I wouldn't go top silo on 1 HP. Stay top lobby though. Oh, the P250 can fine. Repositioning coming. Right. Gonna be mollied off. We could see Flay drop a weapon here. Got one to his teammate. Oh, Flay's just spotted him towards outside. This could be excellent. Flay's got this information. Prime repositioning now. Kissarek's gonna look to push. Got a low HP at Vesta. This could be so awkward. Flay will get one. Underneath. Vesta can find Kisarek though. Sobol now. Oh, Prime goes down. Great from Flay again. 3 kills in this one. Vesta down on the lower side, but there's no time. There's no chance. How is it the Whopper are the ones that look so clinical there on the investments, yet in this round they look so poor. They just give too much time to players like Innocent, like Flay. That's a disappointing round. It's clear that both teams are really feeling the pressure, really feeling kind of a little bit, well, just a little bit out of form. I have to say, we're seeing a half-by victory for Whopper mere moments ago, and now we've just seen a full eco victory for Rebels, and I know there was a saved rifle, but that wasn't the reason they won it. Far from it. Two-round advantage here for the Rebels. Leaks, nice find there onto Flay. And the first time we see an attempt to get down secret early from the Rebels, it goes so wrong, and they're going about it the wrong way. Instead of progressing a player down vent early doors, or you know, trying to get someone down secret through ramp, they up towards outside, and Whopper, nearly every round they've sent, you know, 3-4 players towards outside at least. I don't really know why Rebels want to try and fight fire with fire. It just doesn't work. Tomiko aggressing. Oh, Tomiko spotted Slime. This is excellent. Tomiko will get him. He could wrap. He could spot the players coming through heaven. A 3-on-3 now. Turns from the flashes. Kisarek. Kisarek will get one. Leaks with the trade. Information that they're both there towards the heavens. And we've got a good position now. Sobol can look to deny. Smoke comes through. Flashbang as well. HE is excellent. Nuffy, though, finding the pick. And now Nuffy with a difficult decision. Sobol aware that he is here towards Greenkeeper. Shots from Nuffy, though. Got to find this. The elevation from Sobol could be enough, but Ganofi's still backing away, still trying to be a difficult player to find, but Sobol easily deals with it. And we will see another round now go the way of Rebels. Important fight. Important clutch. Again, though, we need to see Rebels deal with this outside aggression, and I don't think it's trying to cross outside. It's got to be either you play a player in Garage, you play one towards Zywoo, or you progress a player down either vent or ramp. There's just no way you need to be swinging so heavily, because they can't send 4 players outside on the CT side because they run the risk of losing A, losing ramp. So the only way to do it is you've got to be a little bit smart about it, and this could be the play. Yep, native the smoke, excellent there. Absolutely excellent. Play finding, it is going to be this ramp play from Whopper. Ooh, Tomoko. Certainly a rifler that can deal with this position perfectly. He's a player that can be so relied upon here towards ramp. Flay now repositioning. He'll be peeking top hut, but he sees one. Peeking top hut, peeking into hut. But he does find, and now a 2 versus 5. You know, Whopper, they won that half by round. They won the next round after. And it seemed like Whopper were kind of finding their way into Nuke, but Rebels now have silenced the Danes, and I don't really know what the best plan of action is here for Whopper. Well, they've opted for the vent dive. It has worked, in fact. There's no one down on the B-bomb site. I know that both these players are low, but certainly a possibility. Rebels, though, they've got to position well. They've got to swing together. And here it is. Sobol gets one. And speaking of swinging together, Sobol wants these kills. He's hungry for the frags. Nofi now. He's got to be quick to get this pick. Going to be playing from windows. Oh, it's just going to be a smoke and defuse. Nothing that Nofi can do. Another round for the Rebels, though. 6-2 scoreline, and this is where it's probably going to be a half buy here for Whopper. And already, you know, you look at the stats, you look at these two teams and how they perform here on Nuke. For Whopper, it is in fact the T side in which they normally thrive. You look at the stats, it's where they feel favoured. You know, you look at the last 3 months, their win rate on Nuke's not great, but that's obviously because at the start of that, they lost, what, 7 out of their first 8 games of Nuke in the last 3 months. Yet, recent form alone, winning 4 out of 6. So, I think right now, Whopper, that's why we kind of thought they would be favoured. That's why Rebels were a little bit unfortunate there with the vetoes. Nothing though, he now has to try and cross on low HP, and Innocent, a great triple. Slime now. We'll find 2, but Tomoko rotating up can find him, can deal with him so comfortably. And Rebels find another. Some financial damage dealt there to the side of Rebels, but already they've taken the half, and they'll be happy with that. Rebels certainly looking to continue, certainly looking to extend their current lead, and I think they will continue. The way they're playing is excellent. I feel like everyone's having these kind of big moments. Everyone's having these huge performances. Certainly what you want. Great from Leaks there. Talk about reaction time. Both of them hit that headshot, but Innocent's the one to go down, and that's the Deagle headshot for you. It's the reason we call it the pocket AWP. It's a weapon that wielded always to the highest of levels, highest of standards here amongst all of these professionals. So that's why I feel like these rounds are never guaranteed, and I think Rebels need to take that into account. Rebels have got to show some form of discipline here. Like, open hand back towards red box, and it's Leaks again, second on the D. We saw it on Anubis. Leaks get a magical double. Kisser XP can a doubles, though he has to get them both. It's successful here. Got one towards ramp, one towards lobby. Oh, okay. Great find from Tomoko, though. Deals with Slime. And with the bomb falling here towards main, Leaks in a very, very tough scenario. 9 HP. Gonna keep the Deeg in hand, and quite rightly, he's been exceptional here. So whether he checks this corner, whether he's prepared for Tomoko, he's clearing it out quite systematically, but unsure. Takes a bit of a gamble and doesn't pan out. Rebels continue once again. 8-2 scoreline. Whopper not looking great. Certainly not what they'd hoped for here. Tomoko. He's had a good game. Had a really, really good game. Currently 13-5. Definitely been a bright spark here for the Rebels, and I think realistically, a player that Rebels have obviously, you know, sought out. I feel like Tomoko, as I said, he's kind of bounced around when it comes to teams. You know, a couple months here on Permitter, spent time on 9, back on Permitter, ITB back on Permitter, Los Kogatos, AGO, Los Kogatos. It seems as though, you know, Tomoko's never really found his home. And obviously, you know, when you do have a young player who maybe is a little bit inexperienced at that time and needs to kind of be molded into the strong player that he's becoming, I think obviously you do see a fair few roster changes for players like him. But now, look, if he can continue, I'd be really, really impressed with him. And I think certainly a premium player of Polish Counter-Strike. Vesta, though, that's a lucky find. I think we all know that. Tomoko, very fast behind, will find Vesta. And now they realise it is going to be this B play. Play and Tomoko can be so fast to ramp. Molly's either side. I don't love this because obviously, well, it's forced them back. They've opted for a save, so maybe it is the right decision. But I don't love the double mollies just on the basis that it means that instead of kind of just continually molly one side, you know, they could have sent 3 mollies in a row, obviously on that left-hand side, and it would have been beneficial because they can just hold one angle. But either way, they win the round. Whopper, they get themselves their 3rd. A big one there for Whopper. They've got to find their 4th, though. You know, I said if Rebels are able to attain 8-9 rounds, I think that's where things could look very, very scary. Obviously, there are still plenty of unknowns here about this Rebel side. You know, how they formulate on their T side. But, look, I think the way Tomoko's playing, what he can offer to this team and kind of the ability that he's going to be showing on the T side is excellent. I feel like you have Tomoko on hot form, you know that when he's operating as that second entry, he's always going to be getting the trade, he's always going to be kind of going 2 for the price of 1, but final round here, and its speed of which works very well. Sobol on the top of the bomb site, Innocent and Tomoko going to be swinging, Tomoko gets 1, doubles down, and this is exactly what I'm on about with Tomoko. He's a true 2 for the price of 1 type player. Ooh, step been heard on the ladder there, so that's a lot of information. The molly's missed. It's being held by Prime. Innocent's been chipped away at. Flashbang comes through. Innocent found and aware that Flay's here. 1 versus 2 now. Flay, quick to head to heaven. Problem is, someone's always going to be holding him. And now they realise Prime. All tucked away here towards Squeaky. Peeks out and lovely tap. Prime. That's Prime's 3rd kill there of Nuke, and obviously he gets a double. He was 1-9 before that, which is really, really tough. Obviously it was Prime's CT side that was pretty strong there on Anubis. In fact, the T side, he went very, very quiet. So I've just said the flip of what I meant, but either way, Look, Rebels, if they win the pistol, I think it is maybe pack-up time here in the series. You know, a 10-4 scoreline, a 6-round lead, only needing 3 on the T side of Nuke. Obviously, it's not easy, it's not guaranteed, but you look at it and you think, well, a real possibility. The nade there. Oh, Prime attempting. Shot in the vent, Sobol, I like it. Very speedy. Making sure there's no one kind of sitting waiting with a knife in hand. Oh, a lot of damage dealt. Kisarek will take down Leaks. Noffy attempting to peek from the left-hand side, and Kisarek again. He's been great on these pistols here for Rebels, and he's continuing. He's hungry here. Tomoko will find Slime, and it's a 1 versus 5. The pistols have been so good here for Rebels. Obviously, it was the pistols of Anubis that went the way of Whopper, but this time round, pistol rounds have been excellent for Rebels, and now they're in a very, very favourable position. And the force buys come through, it has to be said. If this goes wrong for Whopper, I think they can count their chances in the series, and potentially it is all over, but it's that high risk, high reward strategy. It's one of which they've got to go for because they're already trailing by 5. They cannot allow Rebels to just get, you know, double digits so early here. Slime, MP9 on top of credit. Well, not bad from Slime at all, obviously aided by Leaks. They are going to make their way towards ramp. Smoke's coming down. Try and force the hand, try and create some tension and difficulty. Prime and Noffy are pushing towards outside, but are really seeing this kind of roundabout motion. Swapper push outside, we're already seeing Rebels make their way down. You need to see a kill come through, but Flay will find Vesta. Tap of the bomb here will force the hand, it will make a mistake. Tomoko's deep here towards Hell. Ooh, a TK there. Unfortunate there for Flay, but not the biggest of issues, not the biggest of problems. I like the fact that Rebels opt to take control of single door before they plant the bomb, because an open plant is so risky. Obviously, they've got ramp control, but it could be a peak from single or double at any moment, and that's where things can become really, really convoluted. So I really like the call from Rebels. I like how they played this round, and now it's Leaks in a 1 versus 2. He's got information of 1, but it's not confirmed anymore. And Innocent will peek out and find. So Rebels, they get themselves into a lovely lead. It's 10-4, expected 11-4, and look, I think with a 7-round lead, Rebels are in pole position to take this. Like, well, this early util here. Seems like Rebels could be looking for a fast A approach, but Kisarek towards outside. He's got so much freedom. And I like the fact that he's been given this freedom. I think sometimes when it comes to these individuals, the way that you've got to let them play, especially on a map like Nuke, is look, give them the freedom to do what they do best. Let them have that kind of creative outlet that they're hoping for, because in doing so, they can provide early kills, they can provide big moments. I think that's exactly what Rebels need to continue, you know, as this team grows stronger as a unit, as they kind of get more synergy and gain that chemistry, potentially increase their, you know, their map pool and flush that out, make it a bit better. I think Rebels have got to allow their team to continue this level of freedom, because I think it's something that will really, really help them out, especially against these kind of higher opponents here in the CCT. When you are facing against, you know, some top 50, top 40, even some top 30 teams, you've got to let these individuals have their freedom, to have their moment, and you know that's where big rounds come from. But they've got information. There's at least one towards ramp already. Innocent's taking control top heaven. We've got players on the A bomb site. This round's over. It's going to be 11. We expected it, obviously. They've got that information that the final 2 are here under heaven, but still, we know where this is going. The AK save is going to be the main goal, and Prime will go down, all on Slime, but Kisarek, 3 kills in total. Rebels get themselves 11. And look, I predicted a Whopper 2-0. I couldn't be further from the truth. You know, I thought that the individuals for Rebels, although a strong set, I thought they might struggle just on the basis that, yes, you know, these are newer additions. Obviously, they would have had time over the Christmas period, over New Year's, to kind of formulate this roster and kind of have some time to work things through. But still, you know, it's very different going from prac to officials. And right now, Rebels, they're making this squad look very official, very kind of well-drilled, well-oiled. Whereas for Whopper, a team that have been playing together for quite some time, you know, you look at the core, you know, it's been, you know, 3/4 of a year, you know, over 100 maps that they played with one another. And obviously Prime, he's been on this team for 4 months. They've got 75 maps. You know, we're expecting that to be at least maybe 20, 25 series. Much more than that, maybe even 30. And I think that's something we got to take into consideration. Whopper have got far more experience as a unit, yet it still doesn't seem to matter. And I think a lot of the time, we just assume that experience and synergy is going to surpass individual brilliance. But right now, Rebels proving that statement wrong constantly. Tomoko, now I say you've got to let players have individual brilliance, and Tomoko shows it. Deals with the Orb of Slime. Leaks will find Kisarek towards outside in the process. Prime now getting aggressive. Going to be searching for this kill. Goes 1 for 1, and Tomoko again. As I said, Tomoko is excellent as these kind of secondary entries, but Vesta having a big moment. Getting a double there. Innocent though, he finds the pick. He's got knowledge, or at least an idea that there could be 2 players here. So he's going to make his way up heaven. But I love the decision already. We've got a player here, it's Leaks. Center of the bomb site. It's going to be the stick, and Innocent never prepared for that. So, Whopper. A CT victory, and a necessary one at that, but still they trail by 6. Rebels, just 2 rounds away from victory here on Nuke. As mentioned before, the victor will put themselves in a very, very comfortable spot. We're going 1-0 in the close qualifiers, very helpful. Obviously, seeing that matchup between Copenhagen Wolves and whoever takes this will be an exciting one, but many expectations are for it to be Rebels, especially with how close they are to victory. Offie. Ooh, a falling kill there. Nice from Innocent. We'll take down Noffy. The eventual trade is seen. Sobol, though, is in a great position. He will get 1. He can try and swoop up that weapon, and that's why he's dropped the smoke. I actually really like this from Sobol. He's using the smoke to try and allow himself to get the gun. I think the retrieval of that weapon could be so vital to success here, but this is a half buy, and the fact that it's become so sour is ridiculous. Innocent's got himself an MP9, but Sobol's pushed through. He's taking a huge risk. Ooh, Sobol a little late. And as Sobol strikes, that's when Kisarek swings. He spots the shadow, but it's all on Slime. The finances are so poor here for Whopper. The lost bonus, not going to be enough for an investment, but they're going to be scrambling at funds. Rebels, they find themselves 12. A 12-5 scoreline. And it's got to be said, Rebels, they've looked excellent. You know, we've seen some half-buy victories, we've seen some weaker weapons prevail for Whopper, but it's not been so consistent. And that's the biggest problem. I think Leaks, you know, we talk about Leaks being a really, really key player for this Whopper side, and obviously Prime as well, Slime having good moments, but no one's really lit up the server like the likes of Tomoko, like Flay. I think that's the real beauty. We've got some really tip-top talent here on the Rebel side. And I think the scariest thing of all is, as the months go on, not only will the Rebels team have this talent still to work with, but they'll have far better strategies, they'll have contingency plans, they'll have no excuses. And I think this is certainly a side that you've got to put a pin in, give it time, because at moments they've looked absolutely sublime. 5v4 scenario for Rebels. Innocent now. He's going to try and draw some rotations. Flash coming through from Kisarek. Sobot. Orton there for Noffy to find Kisarek. Great from Tomiko though. Takes down Vesta. Now to deal with Slime, and he does it so effectively. Leaks though with the trade. Leaks in the heavens with a scout, not the easiest of positions. Man advantage with the molly, going to force him forward. Big risk from Noffy, but doesn't pan out, and it's all on the scout. He's been spotted in heaven, and he has been found by Innocent. A great round from Innocent to end it all, but there it is. Series is over here. Rebels, a nice 2-0. A quick game, but a perfect game here for Rebels. A great way for them to showcase their two newest additions in both Sobol and Tomiko. And I think that's all you can ever ask for. You know, it's your first time on HLTV as a full 5. It's the kind of the first games and first officials that we're seeing from this side. And look, a great performance, it has to be said. They've looked absolutely excellent. I think for Whopper, the game there is a real eye-opening experience of, okay, yes, you know, we won both pistol rounds, obviously. On Anubis, we had kind of everything going our way there, yet only won 7 rounds. Yet here, they only won 4. And I think the fact that Whopper statistically were favoured, obviously, when it comes to the vetoes, you know, they got Nuke and Anubis, 2 of their strongest maps, 2 of Rebels' weakest, but obviously the stats for Rebels going to be skewed on the basis that, look, you know, it's a new team, it's a new system, it's a new identity. And look, I hope they continue with this winning identity because they've looked exceptional. But look, as you can see throughout the games of today, it's been a lot of 2-0s. And I think that is what happens quite a lot of the time in the kind of the early portion of Swiss stages, early portion of close qualifiers, just on the basis that we're trying to level it out, trying to balance it, you know. That's why the general 2-1 games will be against, you know, the winners match. Obviously, you know, we saw that with Fireflux and Alaska, you know, in that game that we've already saw. Same with Eyeballers and BC Game. I feel like these first games are where you can see, I guess, a rejiggling of the groups, and then obviously that's where things get very, very interesting. But been a big day of CS. There's still plenty more action, obviously, to be seen tomorrow, starting at 10 a.m. CET. Obviously, we've got AMKAL versus Big Equipa, which is going to be an absolutely amazing game. Obviously, these games, though, these are elimination games, I believe. So, a loss here for either side, and it will be disastrous. That will be their time in the play-ins coming to a halt. But you will be joined by the wonderful Nexus tomorrow morning. So, make sure that if you guys are kind of getting up early to watch that game, you show them some love as one of my I was going to say, well, caster friends, one of my, I don't know, colleagues? Yeah, that's the word. Took me a while. But yeah, look, that's been it from us today. Hope you guys enjoyed, and we'll see you tomorrow morning for that CCT play in action.